Two things of note before we begin. One, this game is really heavy on cutscenes and dialogue, and two, I've already purchased all of the upgrades available to make it easier for you to watch. We're going to be playing on Nightmare difficulty simply because it's the most challenging.
My name is Jean de Bail, one of the Order of the Knights Templar. In this bitter winter of 1198, it has been 8 years since I departed from France, leaving behind my land, my castle, and more importantly, my family. I often wonder what possessed me to follow Richard the Lionheart to this place. In those days, he was a charismatic and enthusiastic young king. I suppose, like many others, that I was moved by his conception of the Holy Land and the promise of unconditional redemption. But the Holy Land didn't look much like the young king's vision. And the redemption we were guaranteed always felt just out of reach. However, even if this crusade didn't keep its promises, I did manage to catch a glimpse of what I sought. Liberation. Liberation for me and my bloodline.
Jean, it won't be long before we're overrun. Too many have already breached the Croc's fortifications.
I warned them, Martin. This is a mighty fortress, but it's hardly impenetrable. Today the sons of Saladin shall succeed, where their fathers failed for many years. Nevertheless, this fortress is of little importance. Do you have it with you?
Why else would I have sought you out amidst this havoc? Here, take it. I know it will find greater purpose in your hands than in mine. I will do my best to lead these soldiers until there are none to lead. You must continue our quest. Leave at once.
Martin, you know I cannot leave you behind. Our code forbids it. Moreover, you need to see this through, just as much as I do. United, we cannot fail.
Don't be a fool, Jean. It is my duty and mine alone to stay and command the men. As for you, I know you will succeed in our mission. You honor your tunic more than any Templar. Take the underpass to the southeast. Saladin's men have not attacked that wall yet. It shouldn't be difficult for one man to escape.
Thank you, Martin. I will find salvation for us both, as well as my son.
If your son inherited half the qualities of his father, he is beyond any doubt worthy of salvation. Go with God, old friend. Farewell.
No, Martin. We shall meet again. In France.
as I am not yet redeemed. The flames of hell shall bless my blade!
I take us now to where our story begins. Thousands of miles away, in the Kingdom of France, my family awaits my return. Or should I say, what's left of my family. When I departed for Jerusalem, my brother, cursed be his name, laid false claim to my lands and castle. The only treasure he could not steal was my son, Dens. If he walks proudly, it is because he bears the colors and the cross of the Knights Templar. This tunic is to him all that is left of me, my heirloom in a way. On this February evening in the year 1199, my quest remains unfinished. As for Dens, his is about to begin.
What happened here, gentle sir?
Why must God always persecute the weak?
That has nothing to do with God, old man. Who are these men?
The devil's fiends. That's who.
But as fate would have it, there is another hero who would be impossible to forget. His name is Esteban Noviembre, a Spaniard twice my son's age. He's a clever, mostly dependable man, but at the moment, how his destiny will intertwine with my son's is the furthest thing from his mind. He also has a particular gift, both getting into and out of trouble.
Ah, Esteban! Tracking you these last 3 days has finally paid off! How far did you think you'd get carrying our share of the loot? You lawless bastard! You better still have it! Right you are, hombre. I am lawless. And your share weighs uncomfortably in my pockets. I am concerned. Will I be able to carry what's left in your purses?
Unfortunately, my son has always been equally as gifted at finding trouble.
The village is empty, Lord de Mafra. Hardly worth drawing our blades.
Excellent, Benoit. And the church?
Unspoiled. It's just over that way, my lord.
Well, what do we have here? A Templar?
Did you get lost on your way to the Crusade, noble boy?
Templars? Ha! They're priests with pretty tunics. I bet he wields that sword no better than a farmer.
And welcome to the gameplay. Cursed Crusade is a hack and slash. We have light attacks which deal damage to multiple enemies, and heavy attacks which deal damage primarily to a single enemy.
Still think Templars are priests and farmers?
If we press block at just the right time, we can deflect an enemy's blow.
I'll consider this training for the Crusades.
And when an enemy is weakened, our combo extends so that we may do a very violent finishing move.
This Templar's blade is mightier than 5 of yours.
Dens is a talented swordsman who has never let fear best him in a fight. Perhaps that stems from the burden he bears, the Templar's curse. It is a terrible power that in the coming days will shape his future.
Dens de Bale, I have come to take you.
You again. Will you never leave me in peace? Be gone, Wraith!
Damned one, I will have you follow me to hell.
Come closer, and we'll see!
Fantasmas! Veo fantasmas!
I am nothing as simple as a phantom. You have spilled blood. It is time to atone for your sins, and I have come to collect.
You're just a nightmare. It's going to stop. Just like the other times. I only need to find somewhere to come to my senses.
Not now. It is not my time yet. If I take lives, I do so for justice.
To struggle is futile. I am death. I am everywhere. I am always. When I am sent to claim a soul in his name, I take it. None escape.
Unfortunately for you, I know where my soul will be out of reach. I told you already. My time hasn't come yet. This place is hallowed ground, a threshold you cannot cross. You will not take me this day, O Death.
I told you. I am everywhere. I am always. Time matters not. One day, you won't escape me. I need only one moment to claim your soul.
It's not my time. At the very least, I have a safe place to spend the night.
It's only a nightmare. Just a nightmare. What a realistic nightmare. But did I really fall asleep in a church?
My brother's ill deeds forced my son from his home into the life of a wanderer. He offered his blade to whomever could provide enough coin for him to eke out a meager living. From feud to skirmish, from brawl to duel, he found himself in the service of Boniface de Montferrat. In the summer of 1199, this lord's soldiers laid siege to the castle of Biron, where an old friend dwelled. Enter Baudoin de Flandre, commander of Boniface's army. Their collusion is a dangerous one, and my son has the misfortune of serving under his command.
We've tarried beneath the walls of these cowards for 30 days. But no more! Today I want to see Martin Dalgais on his knees! I want his doors razed, his coffers looted, and his men slaughtered! Mercenaries! Time to earn your pay, dogs! On this night, you will either feast until dawn, or the crows and worms will feast on your rotting carcasses! It matters little to me. This is the final hour!
My lord, all of our assaults have failed! It's the portcullis! It's too strong, even for the ram! We have to set it ablaze first or damage it somehow!
Aye, my lord. They rain arrows on us like a pissing cow! We can't get close enough!
Enough of your whimpering. These mantlets will shield you from the arrows. Get close enough, then use the saltpeter bags to burn down the portcullis. The battering ram can finish the job, got it?
Why do we even risk our arses to destroy a portcullis when we could just use the trebuchets to destroy the walls, huh?
Because Boniface de Montferrat, the man funding your miserable lives, wants the castle unscathed. And I intend to offer it to him that way. Now go! You two, get on the first mantlet. You two there, on the second. Spaniard, you're with the Baal on the third.
The Baal? Such a pretty name for a mercenary. Can he even lift a sword?
That he can. As for his name, perhaps he fashions himself a hero. But enough talk. 6 men on the battering ram. You'll follow from behind the mantlets. Now go! Victory on deck!
Listen close, Spaniard. We only push between arrow volleys. As soon as we see arrows, we stop and pray that nothing penetrates this maggot wood. Got it?
Hey, hero boy. I don't feel like dying any more than you do.
Forward!
Dios mío. What is that smell? Aren't you giving into fear, De Baal?
The men were given orders to, relieve themselves on the mantlets before we used them.
Cursed Franceses. Did you really win wars with stupid orders like that?
You'll be glad for it soon enough. The wet hides protect the wood from flaming arrows. You don't want to end up roasted like a heretic on a stake, do you?
Take cover!
Now's our chance. Let's go!
They think they can kill Esteban Noviembre. A mistake. They will soon be ready.
You talk too much, Spaniard. You should save your strength. Let's move, Spaniard.
Relax, hombre. Stick with me. No harm will come to you.
Oh, is that so?
Didn't tell you? I was born under a lucky star.
A lucky star? I'll believe it when it comes down and wields my sword for me.
Take cover! We're still alive. Let's go, hombre. I heard the Flanders called you the Baal. You a knight? Caballero?
Just call me Dennis.
Ha ha! You're un caballero. Tell me, what went to hide the battlefield? Dragging this piece-covered plank of wood through the mud like any old mercenary.
Well, the thrill of adventure, of course. You're no different, are you?
Take cover!
We're almost there. Don't give up on me now, Spaniard.
Just a second, Ray. Maybe we can pick off some of these archers.
The game has occasional third-person shooting segments. We can aim our crossbow at different parts of an enemy's body. That's not really important here. Usually when we use the crossbow, we won't be behind cover like this either. Locational damage doesn't matter right here because all these enemies take a predetermined number of hits.
Come on, caballero! Those archers aren't going to kill themselves! Shoot, then! Defend yourself! Good. That'll make them think twice about standing on those ramparts.
We can throw the bags from here. Cover me.
I think we're clear. Throw them before any more of them come.
Push, you maggots! Get that beast up to the door! We're pinned down! Help us!
Quick, use your crossbow!
to see how lucky you really are.
So our sword deals locational damage depending on which kind of attack we use. Most of the enemies in this area don't wear armor, a few of them wear helmets, but we can avoid that helmet entirely by aiming for their midsection. The easiest way to attack their midsection is with a heavy attack. This takes a while to use. It's better if you start using your heavy attack before the enemy gets too close. Something important to mention about Nightmare difficulty is that in the other difficulties, the enemies glow before they're about to strike, so you know when to parry. But in Nightmare difficulty, they don't. And I think that's much better. You're also going to notice at the end of these stages, there's a count for collectibles. We're not getting those. There is a reason I've upgraded the character ahead of time. It is because getting the collectibles is a pain. Your AI friends in this game are actually pretty competent. They will kill enemies on their own, and they don't get in danger very often.
Fight them back, men! Fight for your land you call your own!
Here we are, men! Let's clean this place out!
This is how the third-person shooting usually goes. There are guys higher up than you, and you basically just strafe back and forth while you shoot at them. Again, the crossbow locks onto body parts, but that's really not important yet.
Ha ha! Bullseye!
This is my castle, and my men shall defend it to the death!
Your castle is as good as ours! Slaughter them all!
So Denz's father, while narrating, said the only thing left of his family was Denz himself. That would imply something happened to the rest of his family after his uncle took over. When you and an enemy attack at the same time, you get into a brief clash. It's not very hard to win those. I really like the music in this game. There's not that many tracks, but they're all fantastic. I also really enjoy the game's atmosphere and lighting. I think it's probably a highlight. From what I can tell, most people found issue with the game's repetition, and it is very repetitious. But I really don't care, because it makes sense in context with the story. If the story and atmosphere were more bare bones, then the repetition would be less forgivable. But it can get away with the repetition as a part of its atmosphere because they put so much effort into the storytelling components. I mean, in spite of the repetition, I've played through this game 3 times.
Dalgase's men cannot stop us! Crush them!
Considering the time period we're in, whatever happened to the rest of Denz's family probably isn't pleasant. It's also not very realistic for him to assume his dad is still alive. Although his dad is still alive. We are currently assaulting the castle of one of his father's old friends. So that'll probably get us set on the right track to actually finding our father.
Dalgase is fleeing into the dungeon! Stop him!
Your turn now, brigands.
Before we actually get to fighting Martin, we have to deal with his goons. Don't worry, because Esteban will keep Martin busy for us. If there's one thing the AI is really good at, it's keeping enemies occupied. So, there's a basic combo for nearly every weapon that creates a stun effect when you use it. And because Martin is the first boss, he has no defense against this.
Well, it seems you know how to wield a blade. Now, let's see if you can wield fire half as well.
Madre de Dios! His nightmare! Look at him!
The Spaniard might be surprised. To me, powers are commonplace.
Then you are damned as well. Two bearers of the curse, but it makes no difference. I will not allow you to claim what I've spent my life to protect.
Am I still in a nightmare? Or did you really just save my life?
It is a nightmare, but it's more real than you might think. Stand up and fight if you want to live.
You got it, Caballero. I'll fight with you. I owed you my life, but you owe me an explanation.
I will answer all of your questions later. But right now, let us drive this demon back together.
This will be your grave.
So fighting Martin in his cursed form is almost exactly the same as before. The only difference is that he can shoot fire at us. It doesn't hurt us really, it just blocks us. Oh, our weapon broke. Luckily there's a spear right here. Spears don't do very much damage to armor, but they do a massive amount of damage to flesh. So after we get through his armor, he's done.
I never imagined Boniface would send a bearer of the curse. You seem to have mastered its effects very well. Who are you, mercenary?
I am no mercenary. In my veins flows the blood of the Templars. The blood of the de Bael family.
De Bael, you say? Then you are the son of Jean de Bael. I understand now why your father had so much faith in you.
What? You know of my father? You must tell me!
Martin, it's been a long time.
Boniface de Montferrat. When I heard that Barrois was assaulting my castle, I knew at once that he worked in your shadow.
You are relieved of your service, mercenaries. Barrois, take them to the encampment and pay them generously. The battle is won.
My lord, this man...
I have spoken. Your job here is done.
What? What do you mean?
Leave us before the coffers are emptied and you miss out on your share.
Let's go, Esteban.
My old friend, dear old Martin. I know you've hidden the relic somewhere in this castle, but you would sooner die than put it into my hands, would you not? I will make sure that is exactly what happens.
You fool! Do you think I'm stupid enough to have kept it here? I gave it to a man who deserved it, more than I. And I have seen the sun shine greater than even that night. Boniface, you imbecile!
Son. Enough of your blasted riddles. Who is the son you speak of? Tell me, Martin.
Your hatred of the world will bring you to your demise.
You'll talk, or you'll die.
De Bael. Where is the young De Bael?
You gave him notice, my lord. He took his gold and left with that Spanish friend of his.
What? Damn it. Did he say anything about where he was going?
Be at ease, sire. Benz de Bael is going to the Chateau d'Ecry to take part in the jousting tournament. It seems he wants to enlist in the forthcoming crusade.
The Chateau d'Ecry. So, the young Debale seeks his father, who never returned from Jerusalem, and the Crusade is his shot in the dark. He must know where to look. That is excellent.
Dance, wait! Are you sure you want to do this?
The Crusade is the only hope I have of finding my father. If I want to enlist, this tournament is my best option.
So you're going to fight, all to make the other caballeros notice you?
Yes, but it is a jousting tournament, and I will have to declare my knighthood to enter.
Aren't you going to need a squire? Every knight worth his salt has one.
Esteban, I've enjoyed our camaraderie, but our journey together ends here. Good luck.
Hear ye, O gentle ladies, O noble sires! Hear ye, kind lords and valiant warriors! The duels have been concluded. Today begins the 2-on-2 games. Registration is now open.
See? That's destiny.
Yes, it seems destiny has a sense of humor. But has destiny brought me the squire I need?
Oh, come on! My blades thought they had already proven their worth. And you will not find a better sparring partner, hombre.
I am listening, young lord.
I am Dens de Bale, son of Jean de Bale. I wish to enlist in the tournament.
Very well, my lord. Who shall be your companion of arms?
This man. His name is Esteban Noviembre.
So be it. So Dens de Bale and Esteban Noviembre have been enrolled in the tournament. May success and fortune be upon you.
Tell me, Secretary, is it true that the Lord of Villahardois is recruiting for the Crusade?
At the behest of His Holiness Pope Innocent III, Fouque de Neuilly himself has come to preach the Crusade's want of able men. And undoubtedly, young lord, this tournament in particular is the occasion to draw the eyes of venerable benefactors to your blade.
Excellent. Thank you.
So, partners once again?
One last thing, my lord. If you hope to succeed, you may want to take a moment before the tournament begins to practice with the other participants. It's possible you'll find an occasion to learn new moves that way. You and your companion shall be called forth when your turn comes. Who's next? Are there no other valiant knights willing to do battle?
Well, let's review the basics. Now, when your adversaries are parrying all your blows, you can use a guard break to breach their defenses.
The guard breaker, eh?
Try it on your opponent. You'll see. A word of caution, Esteban. If you use a guard break on an enemy that is not parrying, you'll have no trouble avoiding your attack.
It hadn't even crossed my mind.
Now begins the melee trials! Here enter the Lord Dens de Bale and his companion of arms, Esteban Noviembre. Their adversaries will be the Lords Antonius de Fougère and Caribert de Montségur.
Now look up there, Esteban, in the box. That is Geoffroy de Villahardois. He chooses who goes and who stays. I must shine if I want to get recruited.
I've got a bad feeling about this Crusade thing, hombre. But I have a debt to repay. I'll help you shine.
So yeah, we're just now in the tutorial. I guess this game is kind of unorthodox. Normally, you could break through an enemy's block with the right combo, but this time it's going to make us use the guard break just to prove we know how to do it. Don't really expect any of these guys to fight back. The game does get harder, just takes a while.
Let's review another technique, the deflection counter.
Deflection what? Never heard of it.
You can deflect the attacks of your enemies in order to gain the advantage of a counter-strike. Once your opponent has lost his balance, you have a small window of time to strike. It may even be a lethal blow.
Oh, really? Let's try it.
Let the melee trials continue! Here are the combatants! Here are the last round's winners, the Lord Dens de Bale and his companion of arms, Esteban Noviembre. And to face them, please welcome the Lord Trazabund de Cazeneuve and his faithful companion of arms, Theodoric d'Etampes.
We have to win. I'm counting on you.
Have no fear.
Now this is just silly. It would be almost impossible for you to not use the deflection counter by this point. In fact, I would consider it a genuine achievement if you somehow did not use it accidentally by this point. It's just that hard to avoid. By the way, axes are really good at peeling off armor. I love them.
If the guard break allows you to penetrate your opponent's defenses, you should know that your enemies will not hesitate to use it again.
Quick note, the game cuts out dialogue by itself like that. I didn't do that.
Wouldn't dare.
Prepare to dodge your adversary's guard break. That move is dangerous, Esteban. If you are hit with a guard break, you'll be momentarily stunned.
Well then, they better kill me fast if that happens. Because as soon as I come to, there will be a slaughter.
Let the third round of the melee trials begin! Here are the two-time winners, Lord Dens de Bale and his faithful companion, Esteban Noviembre. And to cross blades with them, Lord Alaric de Puivert and his companion, Lord Avitus de Rochebaron.
There's really nothing to say about this. They wanted these enemies to try and use the guard break on you, but if you keep stunning them, they never get the chance. This is just a tutorial, even though it's the third stage in the game.
Weapons can't withstand continuous combat. After a while, they break.
Really? Do you think so?
Yes, these things are not built to last. So you should check when you have the chance.
So much for that weapon.
When a weapon is broken, the damage it inflicts is much weaker. More importantly, some moves become impossible to perform. So be careful.
Ay, ay, ay. I wouldn't want us to lose the tournament because of a broken sword.
It's as good as new.
There's only one fight left, Esteban. Victory is at hand.
It's as if the laurels were already on your ears, hombre.
Let the fourth and final round of the melee trials begin!
Mira, it's him.
Here he comes, already ordained as a High Baron of the Holy Crusade, Baudouin de Flandre and his companion Elmgo de Landreville.
And any suggestions?
Yes, let's win.
Oh no, we're fighting Baudouin de Flandre, our commander from the last level. So, there are certain techniques you can't perform while your sword is broken. You cannot parry, and you cannot perform a clash. But you can still perform combos just fine. And you might wonder why we're fighting de Flandre with a broken weapon. It's because his entire character is being hilariously incompetent. It's not unintentional either, they bring it up quite a few times.
This isn't over yet!
I don't like these odds.
No, Esteban. Consider this an opportunity to show them what we're made of.
De Flandre's character is the one that gets established the earliest. He's just a hilariously incompetent, vengeful asshole. And it's great. I wouldn't change a single thing about the way he's portrayed. We picked up a sword that actually does something because we managed to kill one of his goons. Or knock out one of his goons. I don't know, that was a lot of blood.
You won't defeat me! What a surprise!
Not this again.
You're going to make it, Esteban. Victory is ours.
So this is how you overcame Delgaze. You too belong to the masquerade.
I love de Flandre so much. He is so pissed about losing in a tournament. He's so petty that he used his demon powers. Also, this is a bit of world development. No one else can see us in our demon form, just other people who have the demon form. To everyone else, it just looks like we're doing normal sword fighting.
Now what? Aren't you done?
The young de Bale is worthy. Go, treat with him, and offer him what he wants. His chance to join our army.
As you wish, my lord. Will we also need his companion?
The old Spaniard? Yes, but I can't recall his name.
September, I think. Or December. A month in the year.
Good de Bale. Good.
Esteban, I know I've asked you to help me earn my place in the Crusader army, and I thank you for that.
Help me understand, amigo. What is this curse? Why do I see the burnt men and the flaming skeletons?
Don't worry. We will free ourselves from the curse. We will find a way. Lord de Bale? Sire Noviembre?
Ah, sire. I like the way that sounds.
How can we be of service?
The Lord Geoffroy de Villehardouin, master of this castle, wishes to inform you, sires, that you are invited to join the ranks of the very saintly army that departs for Jerusalem tomorrow. You are also invited to his encampment outside town, from where the army shall depart.
Thank you. Where is that encampment?
So Dens, you're serious about this Crusade thing, eh?
Yes. The Crusade is the only hope I have to set things right.
Help me understand, amigo. Are you trying to strike it rich? Maybe come home with an exotic wife or two?
Nothing so trivial. It's my father. He never came home from Jerusalem.
Ah, then your father fought in the Third Crusade.
Yes. He was a skilled warrior. I was only a boy when he left to go fight under the Lionheart King's standard. In his absence, well, my uncle,
Yes?
he destroyed my family. He took everything we had. Our home, our land. Only my father can set things right. And I must find him.
Wait, caballero. Let me get this straight. You're telling me that everything we've done until now has been because you believe that one old man will come back from a crusade, or quite possibly the grave, to single-handedly reclaim an entire castle? Are you mad, or just an idiota?
My father is the rightful heir. He can make my uncle relinquish what was not his to take.
Madre de Dios, help me. He's lost it.
Let's get one thing straight, Spaniard. I don't care what you think. And I'm going to find my father. No matter what it takes.
And you plan to do that, all while we're being hunted by La Muerte himself.
That was an unforeseen complication.
You're going to need me in the coming days. I think maybe I should accompany you.
I don't know if that's such...
There they are! Fools! Nobody humiliates Baudouin de Flandre and lives. You'll pay for your offense. In blood! Go! Make your
after
peace with God.
Let's end this quickly.
Even if what Esteban said was kind of cruel, it is something to seriously think about. How could Dens possibly think this would end well? Dens seems kind of distracted with thinking about how things should be, and doesn't seem to be too concerned with whether that's actually going to happen. Esteban was pretty blunt about how unlikely this all is, but then right after that he offered to follow Dens. Is he just that determined to repay his debt to Dens, or is there some other motive we haven't heard yet?
Why, Dens, I believe they truly mean to kill us!
Yes, the Flandre must think himself quite the hero.
We did see Esteban stealing in the beginning, but maybe it's not fair to extrapolate that to the rest of his character. Every single one of these armored guys is tougher to fight than Flandre, just so you get the idea. The reason we're attacking their heads so much is because a lot of the enemies in this level wear body armor, but many of them still have unprotected heads. We can't break through the block of enemies with shields, we need to use a guard break first. This is really the only time you absolutely need to use a guard break. You can break out of a stun state by completing a QTE, but sometimes you don't have enough time to do that. All of the enemies in this game are capable of performing exactly the same moves as you.
Archers on the roof! Take cover!
Esteban is generally pretty good with a crossbow and will take out all the enemies if you wait a few seconds.
Careful, it's an ambush!
There's a poorly implemented mechanic in this game where you can use the environment to kill enemies in a single hit. I say poorly implemented because it is very finicky, very hard to trigger. Even when the button prompt does appear, it tends to only appear for a second or less.
Weapon just fell to pieces.
This seems like a good opportunity to show off one of the game's more interesting mechanics. And that would be dual wielding. We can wield any two medium-sized weapons together. Something cool is that each combination of weapons has its own unique kill animations, and there's always more than one. The advantage of using two weapons at the same time is that, of course, it deals more damage and covers a wider range. The disadvantage, though, is that you're wearing out two weapons at once instead of just one. We really don't need to worry about our weapons breaking this early in the game because there's always more, and the enemies die fairly quickly. But later when they wear more armor, it'll be more of a concern. This seems like a good time to mention also that the game randomly decides whether the enemy drops weapons or not. When they drop a weapon, it's always the weapon they were holding, but sometimes their dropped weapon vanishes, and this seems to be intentional. If an enemy has used a weapon heavily, it's also pretty likely to be worn by the time you pick it up. It seems a lot easier to trigger clashes while you're holding two weapons at the same time. I should also mention that the timing on the deflection counter is pretty lenient. You have a lot of time to stop your enemy's attack before it actually connects with you. So even when you're completely surrounded, you have no excuse to get hit. But you'll still get hit anyway because the game's kinda hard.
There, on the balconies! You have enough arrows?
When I was your age, I would have skewered them with a single bolt.
The crossbow is actually really useful for regular combat too, but we won't get to that for a while. Also, Esteban seems to think there's an archer over there, and apparently there was, even though I don't recall there being one. If you do wind up getting badly damaged, you can sacrifice some of your curse meter to heal each other. We didn't even take any hits yet though, so that was just to show it off.
Isn't this just perfect? Got any ideas?
There's always a way out, Spaniard. You only need to know how to fight it.
If you're talking about trying to punch a hole through this wall, I wouldn't recommend it.
And this is one case where the curse can be used to our advantage. Focus. Search your soul. This is the wall's weakest point.
Increíble.
So to a bystander, it would look like we just straight up kicked the wall down with our normal leg. Now, another function of Nightmare Mode is that they don't show you where those breakable walls are. You just kinda have to find them. And that doesn't really increase the difficulty any. Just makes you run around a whole lot more. Oh my god, I managed to accidentally activate a kill animation, thank god. Those would be really useful if they worked consistently.
There, a drawbridge.
Yes, a drawbridge that happens to be up at the moment.
There must be a way to lower it. Some kind of mechanism.
Were I a mechanism, I might hide in that guard post.
Fair enough. Let's go.
Great. Did he send his entire army?
So when all these people wake up in the morning and they come outside and there's a whole ton of corpses everywhere, what the hell are they gonna think? Do you see how much distance some of these heads are getting? They're gonna be finding decapitated heads for quite a while. Just trying to get some groceries and you accidentally step on someone's head and it goes squish and his eyeballs pop out and it's really gross. There's a body count at the end of every level, so we're going to get to see exactly how many people we slaughtered in the middle of town. Also, it probably goes without saying, but seriously, Flounder is so petty. He sent, like, an entire army after us because we humiliated him in a tournament. Also, some of our armor popped off. Those blood smears on the screen mean we actually started taking damage directly. When you start taking damage directly, you can die pretty fast. You can also heal each other, like I said, if your curse meter is full enough. But even then, there's another measure to stop you from dying. I think this is because the levels tend to get really long later. And if you do actually die, you have to restart the entire thing. And all of the other difficulties, being hit directly usually means your rank is reduced to at least a B. In Nightmare mode, the ranking is a little bit more lenient. Or at least it seems to be more lenient, and I think this is because they wanted to adjust the score with the difficulty. It's almost impossible to play through all of Nightmare mode without getting hit on your flesh. The only time you don't need to guard break an enemy with a shield is when you surprise them, and you don't get many opportunities to surprise enemies in this game. For some reason, I completely confused the pause button with the square button. I'm not sure how anyone could do that. I kept swinging at Esteban here to try and activate the healing mechanic without realizing that my meter was not full enough to do so. Also, your health refills a single bar when you're outside of battle anyway.
More of them?
We've got them now. In the name of Lord de Flander, kill them!
Come on! We don't have time for these! I hoped your daddy taught you to ride before he left! Hiya! Ride, Dents!
Yeah, yeah!
Dents! Are you sure this is the way to the Villa Hadoua's camp? He better not leave without us then! Yeah! Go, Princessa!
Princessa?
Did you drop something?
It seems the old Spaniard can still move. The Villa Hadoua's camp cannot be far from here. This is it. The Villa Hadoua's camp. This is the point of no return. Are you sure you want to follow me in this, Esteban?
What choice do I have? If I stay, I'll be slain by the Flanders men.
You're from Spain, aren't you? Haven't you considered going home?
To end up on a scaffold? No, thank you.
You would follow me to escape death, and it would seem the wiser choice. But is it truly? It's going to be a long journey, and the risk of losing your head will be far greater than all the hatchets waiting for you in Spain. What's more, Crusade is a sacred quest. A godless man has little to gain from embarking on it.
I never said I was without faith.
The only laws you keep are your own, are they not?
I may be lawless, but I am a man of principles. You saved my life, and I owed you as much, hombre. I'd be a bloodstain on Dalgase's sword if you hadn't been there.
Then you're the first lawless man of principles I've ever met.
Halt! Who goes there?
I am Dens de Vale, and this is my squire, Esteban Noviembre. At the invitation of Lord Geoffroy de Villehardouin, we have come to aid our brethren in bearing the cross to the Holy Land.
You are certainly strong, boy. But you'll not be joining any crusades this night.
Not him again. I hope we won't be sharing a ship.
He's one of the High Barons. Of course he's here.
Your charade has been entertaining. But your performance ends here, little ten-pot knights.
Entertaining? We've ridiculed your name. They can hear the Kingdom of France laughing at you all the way in Italia.
I doubt he's heard the joke, Esteban. Maybe a second round of entertainment would help.
I like the sound of that dance.
De Flandre, you've sent half your army after us, and yet here we are. This game, as entertaining as it is, must cease. We've won. Now let us pass.
You've no authority here, whelp. This crusade will be my crowning achievement, and I won't let you tarnish it!
There are a lot of goons here, but the fight ends as soon as you defeat Flandre himself. But we're gonna mess with the goons on purpose to let Esteban fight Flandre alone. It'll give me an excuse to show off one of the game mechanics. Flandre is more or less exactly as easy this time as he is the other two times. The only difference is that he can set us on fire, but we can dodge that by pressing X at the right time. I really like the way they wrote Esteban in that last cutscene. At first you think they're telling you that Esteban's only following Dens to avoid getting into trouble, but then you learn that Esteban actually cares about Dens and is a lawless man of principles, as he put it. Yes, I am intentionally letting my weapon break, so that way I can kill de Flandre with a broken weapon. Or not kill, just defeat him. Oh no, Esteban's going to die. So, we have to literally reach Esteban before death reaches him. We can get knocked out of our stance to help him up by other attacks. It only takes a second or so to help him up. Alright, so we're gonna stop screwing around and just attack Flandre directly. Like I said, Flandre can shoot fire at us, but as you saw there a couple times, we can easily evade it just by pressing X at the right time. Even if Esteban doesn't die, you will enter the curse automatically when Flandre chooses to activate it.
Stop this at once! What are you fools doing?
Just defending our lives from this lunatic, my lord. De Flandre is out for our blood.
Have the three of you gone mad? We are all Christians here. Why do you turn your blades on each other when we will have our fair share of fighting in the coming crusade?
The crusade is why we have come, sire.
De Vale, you're the young warrior from this morning, yes? I remember you. Come in, but please, keep your sword sheathed. As for you, de Flandre, you dishonor this entire company, a man of your rank. You there, take him to the chaplain and get him patched up. Ha ha! He got what was coming to him.
Well, if he leads this crusade with as much skill as he wields his sword, the Saracens will surely entertain him.
Benz,
Yes?
what is this curse? Why do I see the burnt men and the flaming skeletons? How is it that I can destroy walls with my bare hands?
It's more than likely hereditary, at least in your case. I would guess that perhaps your father, or even his father before him, committed a grievous sin.
My father? A sinner?
I don't know. It could even be you. Regardless, the curse falls on those responsible for the vilest affronts on humanity, and rests within their blood for generations. Call it divine retribution if it suits you. Its origin is just as much a mystery to me.
But all right. I may not have led the most righteous life. I've stolen some, trinkets in my time. Hardly anything deserving of eternal damnation.
Then it falls on your family. It's not something I can tell you. The point is, you and I are damned to hell. There is no escaping that fate.
I hear you, hombre.
This place is not real. I must be dreaming. Mother! This is impossible!
Son, look upon your mother. You let them hang her.
Mother, please forgive me. I couldn't save you.
Your uncle betrayed our family. He coveted our lands for years.
He was never worthy of the DeVale name, nor our crest.
I left for the Crusade to cleanse the sins of our family, and you allowed my wife to be murdered in my absence.
I shall find your father. Together we will take your promise. Mother's honor will be redeemed.
My wife dreamed of visiting the land of the man-headed feline. Her desires will remain unfulfilled.
Not my fault. I would have dreamed of traveling by her side.
Benz, what are you doing in my dream? This is getting more and more ridiculous.
This is no dream, my friend. It's death. He's trying to claim our souls, even in our sleep. Curse is consuming us.
What are you saying? Does that mean we're dead?
No, not yet, Esteban. We are ensnared by the trap death laid for us. But he hasn't won yet.
Really? Well, if he is truly La Muerte, how come we haven't been taken yet?
I don't know for sure, but I believe that since we now fight side by side, he has grown wary.
You mean he fears us?
Well, not exactly. He knows he will have to be crafty if he wants to claim us.
Crafty? Then in me, he has found a worthy adversary. If I were a crafty Ángel de la Muerte, I think I might use that fountain to trap us. Doesn't it look a little out of place?
I believe nothing that we see here truly belongs. Death is using our dreams against us, turning them into nightmares.
My arms are covered in fire, yet I feel no pain.
Yes, these are the flames of purification. Our understanding of the curse is growing. The power of these flames will allow us to purify this place.
Oh, my soul. is trapped in this cursed gate. Burn its wood. Free me. Purify me.
Well, on the bad side of things, Din's mother is dead. But on the positive side, we can shoot fire now. Fire is useful for incapacitating and seriously damaging enemies. In the Nightmare, though, the only thing we're going to be using it for is destroying these orange ghosts. These orange souls, sorry. We can't hit them like we can the blue ones. So you might be wondering why Dins and Esteban have been given the ability to purify souls when this is supposed to be a curse. They're supposed to be evil. Well, this game has religious themes in it, not heavily, but they're there. And God, as in the Christian God, is perfectly okay with letting good and evil exist at the same time. And he likes to give people a chance to work through even the toughest of circumstances and still come out doing the right thing. I guess testing them, you could say. So it would make sense that he would give people with the curse the capability to do good, or evil.
You sense the malevolent energy radiating from this crucifix. Let us purify it with the sacred fire we have just obtained.
The souls and the crucifix do appear outside of the Nightmare, and their function there is just that they are collectibles. If you kill all of the souls in the level, you get an upgrade point, and if you kill the crucifix, you get an upgrade point. These zombie-looking netherworld enemies, they don't have any armor. It's pretty easy to take care of them really fast. They do drop their weapons, but unless you really prefer one weapon type over the other, there's no reason to pick them up. I can't even remember if we saw that mechanic before, but Esteban can hold enemies for us to kill in one hit. He just has to approach them from behind.
At last, you have succumbed. Now I can claim you both at the same time.
You are relentless.
This time, you cannot hide from me. Tomorrow at sunrise, no one will be able to leave you, for I shall have ripped your souls from your bodies.
Esteban, our blade won't be enough to drive him back. Let's try the sacred flames.
Let the flames devour him! You don't liberate the fury of fire! The other burns him down!
The
I need your help roasting this one!
How? Impossible. I am death. I cannot be vanquished.
In order to incapacitate Death, both you and Esteban have to be shooting your multicolored fire lasers at him at the same time. Eventually you will overcome him, and then he'll be vulnerable to regular sword attacks. That is, if one of the souls doesn't hit you while you're trying to do that. Thankfully, there's not many hanging around right now. But yeah, we're playing an anime made by French people about the Fourth Crusade. After you do overcome Death with your fire, it is easy to stunlock him the same way as other enemies. As long as you don't give him a moment to breathe, that is. I'm sorry, Death, were you gonna say something?
Ha! Damn! You think this is over? Did we get him?
No. Unfortunately, they'll keep on tracking us down. And believe me, it wasn't the last time I would have to face him.
My son and his new friend were inducted into the crusading army at Soissons, where they trained for 2 years. There they met soldiers from the armies of the High Barons, Thibaut de Champagne, Simon de Montfort, Renaud de Chatillon, and of course, Boniface de Montferrat and his commander, Baudouin de Flandre, who had come to swell the ranks of the Crusade. Soon, almost 30,000 men were expected to depart for Venice. There, de Villehardouin and the 5 High Barons were negotiating the construction of a fleet of vessels with the Doge of Venice, the venerable Enrico Dandolo. Thibaut de Champagne, having been the first to sound the call for the Crusade, was determined to be the strongest candidate to lead it. Alas, he never had the opportunity to command the Holy Army, as he died in May of 1201. No sooner was he laid to rest than a replacement was sought. Boniface de Montferrat was a charismatic leader, and his ability to be at the right place at the right time made him a man who could be counted on. With the influence of Baudouin de Flandre, he garnered favor and was chosen as the new commander of the Fourth Crusade. In the summer of 1202, the Crusaders set out on the road to Venice. Alas, desertions were numerous, and when fall came, only 12,000 men presented themselves. Even after a noteworthy collection from every Crusader, the High Barons were still 34,000 marks short, a sum necessary to pay the Venetians, who had invested heavily in the construction of the Crusade's fleet. A shrewd businessman, Doge Enrico Dandolo offered the Crusaders an interesting way to settle their debt. For several years, Venice had struggled to maintain its control over Zara, a Croatian harbor loyal to the King of Hungary. Dandolo offered the Crusaders extra time to make good on their payment, under the condition that they helped the Venetians reclaim Zara. The High Barons were conflicted. Some refused to raise their swords against other Christians, but with the risk of losing their investment and the fear of failing to reach Jerusalem, they agreed to besiege Zara. The Crusade had just merchandised itself for the first time, straying further away from its holy cause. In the midst of these proceedings, Boniface de Montferrat managed to discreetly leave the Crusades on personal business in Rome. There he secured a secret audience with the Pope. I would only learn what transpired there a long time later. As for Dens, aided by his unlikely Spanish friend, he was only beginning to prove his value on the battlefield.
You know, Dens, where I come from, they'd call this a mission suicida.
Not so loud, Esteban.
Eh? Not so loud? These guys sent us to a watchtower, filled with guards, to destroy an iron chain with links that are probably broader than our thighs. And all you've got to say is, not so loud?
Esteban? Maybe if you hadn't hit that captain in the face during lunch and questioned the honor of his mother, we would be in a drier place right now.
Oh, come on! That pig was cheating at dice!
Look, like it or not, it's that chain or us. We can't turn around until we've done something about it. Please be quiet, or someone will discover us. Esteban, this way. Help me up.
We should have seen this coming. Sneaking in is going to be impossible. Why can't it be easy? You know, we knock, somebody opens,
We fight!
This tower has endured seaborne assaults for centuries. There must be a weakness in its walls somewhere.
Don't tell me our lives are resting on your hero's intuition now, Dens. That sounds far-fetched, even for me.
What was that?
It's the changing of the guard.
Kill them all!
If we make it out of this alive, I promise I'll never cheat on us again.
What? I thought it was him who was cheating.
Ah, details.
Damn it, Esteban, if we weren't as strong as 20 of these guys, I'd be really angry right now.
I think we should try heading up. Let's climb.
While the guys in this tower wear some armor, they're largely unprotected, and this means swords and spears are the way to go. Swords and spears deal the most damage against flesh. Maces deal the most damage against armor, and axes deal equal damage against flesh and armor. They're my favorite.
These are the ballistas the captain told us about. How did you propose we destroy them?
Let the cruise do its worst.
Die, dogs!
We've seen shields before, but this level is the first time we're actually going to use one. And I do prefer having one when we can, because they are very useful. In the early stages you end up curb stomping a lot of enemies, but that will change soon enough. Not in this level, but soon enough. The shield stops our weapons from taking damage when we block, and I believe it also gives us more time to perform a deflection counter, which is super useful. You might notice that all of the weapons have different names, and yes, they do all have different stats. No, I do not know what those stats are. I could not tell you the difference between a Defender's Great Sword and an Exotic Great Sword. And I don't think anyone could. Even though maces are really useful against armor, they're not often available. Obviously because they're really useful against armor. So this game would be almost unplayable if all of the enemies attacked you at the same time. Now, a great number of them do attack you at the same time, but never all of them. This is good for game design purposes, but in universe this means a lot of soldiers just stand around doing nothing. Every time I play this level, this guy always ends up stuck in the corner. Every time. And every time I play this level, Esteban always ends up getting stuck in the doorway. And we have to shove him. Excuse me. As our main characters are part of the Fourth Crusade, the game struggles to make them seem like good people. And it eventually settles on a kind of middle ground. It's not that Dens and Esteban don't care about other people, they just have other primary interests. Dens' primary interest, of course, being to find his father. All heavy weapons are pretty much objectively better than medium-sized weapons, no matter what they are. Esteban tries to grab enemies a lot, but they break out really fast on Nightmare mode, so I don't reach them in time. The enemies have just as much leniency with their deflection counter as you do with yours. Gotta keep that in mind.
Look, you were right. The chain's mechanism is behind that grate, but it's the only way in.
Locked. We're not getting through this way. Let's go around and find another entrance. Trust me.
This is what I would call the actually first hard fight of the game. It's a big open area, enemies can attack from any direction, and they attack often.
The tower is under attack! They've made it this far!
There must be more than 2 of them.
Get word to the town that the tower is under siege!
The game is really trying hard to find a balance between, this is a suicide mission, we're gonna fail and die, and oh my god, they're so strong. They're anime men. That guy, I just sent him flying. Did you see that? That was great. You can see what I mean right here about some enemies just standing around. Like that guy with the shield up there. He's just standing there watching his buddies get smacked around. He doesn't even do anything when I smack him around. I wouldn't call the hit detection on the weapons precise, but it's precise enough that which combo you use matters a lot when you're trying to do crowd control. If you don't use the right combo, none of the enemies will be stunned ever, and you'll just be constantly defending. And defense is the most important thing, but you have to attack sometime. I would say overall that the most dangerous thing in this game is not defending yourself properly. There's a lot of times where you think, I can take that guy on, and no, you really couldn't. That shield went flying, but let's pretend the physics aren't bugged. So, it's kind of a miracle to me that I still have interesting things to say about the gameplay. It's not that the gameplay ever gets boring or anything, at least to me, but there's not a lot to say about its design beyond the weapons and what they do.
Should be enough for the fleet to get into the port. Let's get out of here.
My God! It's a slaughter! This is war!
There they are! Get them!
Esteban, flank him!
Esteban to this, Esteban to that. I never get a break!
Don't worry though, there's going to be plenty to talk about still. Even though the gameplay is fun and has some interesting mechanics, the main focus here is definitely the story.
The main gate is open! Let's get back to the boat, Esteban!
Steel yourselves, Crusaders! Today we will bring the very sky down upon these infidels! Blades against your shields, men! Let the sound carry as a righteous thunder that will cleanse this filth from the earth!
Has this entire army gone mad? We're sailing straight to our deaths!
We'll be ashore soon. Be ready for the worst.
Ah, how can you be so calm all the time? It's annoying. Remind me again why I followed you?
You insisted.
Listen up! Our objective is to make our way to the ramparts as quickly as we can. Take no chances with your lives, unless you want to lose them. If you don't see the enemy, expect arrows. It will rain iron. If you don't heed the signs, your blood will spill. Am I clear on that? One more thing. With God as my witness, I will personally strike down any man who strays from the mission to the lure of gold and jewels. Our rewards will come later. Precious objects will only weigh you down and get you killed. Greed will be the death of you. If not by the enemy, then by my hand.
Try and stop me.
Know that God is on our side, and the kingdom of heaven awaits those who toil in his name. God be with you, Crusaders!
For my father.
Ready! Brethren! Get under your shields or die!
Your shield is your life. Hold it in front of you or you're a dead man.
You got it! When I see arrows, I play the tortuga! Madre de Dios!
Stay strong, Esteban.
Why am I here?
Courage. We shall see the end of this day.
Oh, come on! Don't they ever reload? This better be worth it!
You do have to keep your shield held up that entire section, or the arrows will absolutely rip you to pieces.
It's going to be a long day.
The game doesn't give you many instances to show off how exactly the spear is useful. But this stage is perfect for that. Because the enemies have some armor, but not enough. Not enough to stop you from stabbing a spear through their throat. Way up in there. I really like that rousing speech that Deflander gives at the beginning of this level, because does he know this is wrong? Probably. But do you get the luxury of feeling like something you're doing is wrong back in this time period? No.
Got to find a way to raise that portcullis.
Can't we just wait here for somebody to open it for us?
You wish, Spaniard. We have to find a way in.
Maybe we should take a stroll through the mission that way. Land will be down. And there's riches to be had there.
Let's move then. Stay close to the ramparts. Unless you want to be perforated.
In situations like this, you either have to believe you're doing the right thing blindly, or you have to deal with the discomfort of knowing you're doing the wrong thing and still doing it anyway. This isn't a situation where you can talk things out. There's a lot of money involved. There were a lot of promises involved. It's not something you can take back. And god damn it, we want to see our father again. So while this is definitely an unjust invasion, and what Denz and Esteban are doing would make them horrible people in any other time period, it's kinda understandable when you consider how few options they have. This is one of the few instances where you have more than a couple AI buddies fighting alongside you, and they're all decently competent. The only reason this happens so infrequently is because it kind of detracts from the challenge massively. I want to mention right now that the setting right here is great. I love it. The atmosphere in this game is pretty spot on. Maybe these guys would die less fast if they stopped dropping spears for me. You can see here some pretty humorous side effects of using the curse on normal people. They still flail around like they're on fire even when no one can see that. Look, we'll be fine. As far as you're concerned, those two guys just spontaneously combusted. I'm used to there being more people to hit.
Only hell awaits you!
You're kind of preaching to the choir here, buddy. I got horns growing out of my eyebrows. You might think it's weird, like the interlude said, for Christians to attack other Christians, but that's totally a thing that happens. You just accuse them of being Christian in the wrong way. If you're doubting that you're doing the right thing, you just say, oh, they're being Christian wrong. And then you stab them. As for the faith of our main characters, Vince's belief doesn't come up very often, but you do see him praying a few times, presumably for the safety of his father. I don't think anybody's concerned with taking you alive. There's no hesitation here. If you're a normal individual, this is probably about the point that the repetition starts to get to you. And yeah, this is what you do for the entire rest of the game. You fight a large group of enemies, burn down a door, and then you go on.
Let's burn them away!
To me, though, the game's simple combat never really loses its satisfaction. The sheer brutality of this game, it really amuses me. What provoked this attack, he asks as I set him on fire. They really don't pretend that what's happening here is okay, not even a little bit. Esteban, wait, if I could just... You've probably noticed by now that this game has a physics engine. It's not really used for anything important, but for some reason they made an obstacle out of it right up here. This is really the only time it's used as an obstacle, at least intentionally. And I think that's a good thing, because it's easy to get stuck on physics objects.
Mechanism for the portcullis is at the end of the rampart.
If you're thinking when you see me set things on fire that the aiming for that looks a little bit off, you're not necessarily wrong, but we get a power-up layer that fixes that. As silly as the physics in this game are, they do make the game more satisfying when you blow something to pieces. I remember people complaining about ragdolls back when they first happened, but I was on board with that. Ragdolls are the best. Does it look goofy? Yeah, but you can't honestly tell me you think it would be more satisfying if they died realistically. Now maybe in a game about I'm getting sidetracked.
These gates must fall. Who among you will make it so?
Dios mío. Do I hate that man.
You two cowards hiding from the real fight? Find a way to take down that door or I'll have you thrown into the bloody sea.
As you wish, my lord.
Why did you let him bark orders at you like that? Do you not remember how many times we put him in his place?
Because he only has to give the word and his loyal soldiers will gut us alive. Stay focused. Let's bring down the gate.
You're such a clever man. How did you plan on doing that exactly?
I know it's easy to forget, but remember, the curse offers a different to those who know how to see it. How can this be? We're at the gates, but I don't see a single enemy soldier.
Enz? Maybe you're just not looking hard enough.
What? They've made it this far? Let's cut them down, men!
We have to burn down this gate, or we're done for!
We'll take turns. I'll hold them back while you burn the gate. Then we'll switch places.
Good plan. Let's do it.
In spite of what Esteban and Denz agreed on just now, that is not what we'll be doing. We're going to kill all of the enemies first. I probably don't need to tell you why.
Die, you dogs!
I like that burning a man's face adds 4 hits to your combo, not just 1. A lot of these enemies have still left their midsections completely unprotected. I guess we're still pretty early in the game, though. Now you can actually burn the door down before you kill everybody. That is possible. It's just very hard. Especially since on Nightmare mode, doors seem to take more hits from our fire. This truly is a nightmare where doors are more reinforced. When you're outside of combat, you're at no risk of being attacked by death for using the curse.
That took you long enough. Next time I'll have to send someone more competent.
A ballista? Why send us at all then?
Siege weapons seem the next logical move. Operating on the assumption that you two had died. Is it not magnificent?
Oh, we're fine. Thanks for asking.
If you're done idling, then get ready for your next assignment. You two shall escort the ballista across the main street all the way to the Peninsula. If it doesn't make it there in perfect shape, you'd better have deserted by the time I see it.
That's a great idea. Why didn't I think of it sooner?
You others with me! We'll have to clear the way for the ballista. Move out!
You all right? Not too heavy to keep going?
You better protect us, or it'll be you, Pussy. Hey, he's a real strategist.
There's just a single lonely guy over here in this alleyway. I'm not sure why, but only one guy spawns over here. So it is possible for the two soldiers manning the ballista to die, and that's going to happen. Well, one of them is going to die at least, and this is because this stage is an absolute clusterfuck of enemies. And also because the two soldiers manning the ballista just stand there and take it. Now, to be fair, they do have a lot of hits. Sometimes enemies' weapons will actually break on them. But this doesn't mean anything when there's so many enemies. I've only managed to make them both survive to the end of the level on Nightmare Mode once. And I'm convinced that's because the spawning glitched out. You can always distract the guys attacking your soldiers by catching them on fire. But you won't have enough curse meter to do it more than a couple times. It's not like crowd control in this game is non-existent, it's just that this game is not Dynasty Warriors. Even moving a single enemy out of the way takes a while.
We've lost a soldier. Will you take his place?
Esteban's silence means no. No, he will not take his place. We're going to be the ones pushing it. If both soldiers die, then of course you both push the ballista. As morbid as this is, there is an advantage to letting one of the soldiers die, because then you can control how fast the ballista goes. And you can choose not to drive it straight into enemies. So this stage is a whole 15 minutes long, and there's a distinct lack of character interaction or plot development during it. But we're going to attempt to fix that. We know that Deflander is a huge jerk, but we need to think more about the implications of what he's doing right now. As Den said, he's basically just hiding behind his soldiers now. This means if we want to avoid killing innocent people and turning the entire Crusade against us, we need to listen to what Deflander says. I mean, it might be too late for the killing innocent people thing. We may have crossed that border already. I'm trying to pick up these weapons, but the prompt for getting in the ballista keeps activating instead.
Enemies incoming! Fight them off! The ballista must pass!
Protect the ballista at all costs!
I like that they still use the voice of two soldiers there, even though only one of them is still alive. On normal difficulty, they would both probably still be alive. But yes, Deflander is basically willingly using people as meat shields, even people who pretty much worship him. This might seem bad, but it at least tells us that he's a small-minded person. He's not planning anything big or devastating or world-threatening. That being said, we don't know what his buddy, Boniface de Montferrat, is planning. He was after whatever John gave Martin. Whatever was in that box we saw in the prologue. But we don't exactly know why Montferrat would want to start the Crusade himself. Why he would be like, sure, I'll take up the helm. I got this. Maybe he's doing it entirely for pious reasons, but he seems like kind of an asshole.
They got it closed! It's a dead end! What are we going to do now?
Even if he is doing this for righteous reasons, he's still pretty much stalking Dens to find his father. And I think that kind of makes him a creep. But stalking dens cannot be his main priority. Or if it is, we have a lot of things to think about right now. If stalking dens and finding his father was so important that Monfra was willing to start the Crusades himself, then it must be pretty damn important whatever's in that box. And I'm just going to go out of my way to assume that Monfra has demon powers. In universe, we have no reason to assume that, but let's be realistic here and assume he has demon powers.
Eva Ballista! Seal the gate! Close the gate!
I would hope the gates are already closed, guys. This siege has been going on for a while. But yes, assuming Monfra is cursed, we have to ask some more questions about what might be in the box. Is what's in the box not related to power at all because he's already so powerful? Or is what's in the box going to make him more powerful somehow? And if the latter, what the hell could it be? I'm not sure you can get super cursed. I'm not sure that's a thing. Keep in mind that Dens and Esteban don't know about any of this stuff. They don't know that this is going on at all. They have no idea that John passed an artifact on to Martin. They have no idea that Monfra is looking for it. As far as Dens is concerned, this is still entirely about finding his father, at any cost it seems. If it sounds like some of the soldiers are voiced by the same person as Dens, that's because they are. Many of the characters in this game sound like slightly pitch-shifted versions of Roy Mustang. Now, for some ungodly reason, we have to repeat this pattern a second time. We're going to run out there, push the ballista again, get to a gate, and then have to run around and open the gate.
Thank God! I thought you deserted! Come on, let's go!
I'm not going anywhere. We have a job to do.
So I'm going to save you and everyone a lot of hassle, and Esteban, you are in the way. I'm going to save you and everyone a lot of hassle and skip to when the second gate is opened.
It is a miracle!
Oh, Dios. If you continue to employ such idiotas in your army, this crusade is going to be very, very short.
To be perfectly fair, Esteban, if I sent any normal person to go kill 20 soldiers and they were gone for more than 10 minutes, I would probably consider it a miracle they came back and opened the gate too. You might have noticed that even though Flaunder and his men said they were going to scout ahead and clear the way, that hasn't happened. I just cut out me killing like 20 guys. I guess Flaunder just magically teleported really far ahead of us. And by scout ahead, he meant he would stand there and wait. Esteban, get out of the way. Esteban. Esteban! Thank you, please stop that. So sometimes for no apparent reason, Dens will suddenly stop pushing the ballista, and you'll have to press X to use it again. Which is why I'm just mashing the X button.
We're almost there! Forward!
I do have something to say about this game. A lot of sword fighting and a lot of fiction is very unrealistic. And the sword fighting in this game is far from realistic as well, but it's still a lot closer than most. Also, there's jelly all around the corners of our screen, which means we're almost dead. And now we are dead. No matter how well you do in the stage otherwise, dying at least once gets you a C rank.
I will meet him much sooner.
There are a couple guys beating on our soldier. We should probably stop that. Hold on, I gotta kill this guy as gruesomely as possible first. There we go. Okay, so no one who isn't cursed can see our demon powers, and this comes up, but the soldier with us, he doesn't comment on us burning down this door at all. He's just like, alright, whatever. I guess the door must have just self-destructed. It happens all the time.
Destroy those wooden hoardings on the tower!
We're almost there. Give up on me now, Spaniard.
I'll cover you! Destroy them quickly! Destroy the hoardings! I won't be able to hold them back much longer!
Yes! Kill them!
That's the only time in the game you get to use a ballista, and I actually think it controls pretty well. It's actually really satisfying to use. It feels heavy, and it's appropriately difficult to aim, but not so difficult that it's a frustration. You might have seen all of those soldiers just drop dead without any input from me, and that's because when a certain event is triggered, that just happens. I don't know why.
Noviembre! Open that door now!
Miracle! It's a sign from God! Our crusade is blessed! This is the power of the church!
So yeah, normal people aren't supposed to see our demon powers. So what happened in that last level is kind of weird. Also, we picked up a mace back there, but it's a waste because not a lot of these guys have heavy armor. I stopped using it here in a second and switched to something more effective. The mace is very useful later in the game, but it's also more rare then. Or maybe not more rare, but equally rare. It's hard to find maces, is what I'm saying. You've seen how Esteban can get us stuck sometimes. Well, there are 3 Estebans, sorry, 4, more or less, right now. And because of that, I can't move from this spot. Thankfully, the game realizes this and starts a cutscene.
Ah! De Bale, Noviembre! This gate blocks our advance! I want it open now!
Can't we just wait here for somebody to open it for us? Do we really have to do this ourselves? I thought we had men for this.
Noviembre! Instead of making witty remarks, find a way to take down that door or I'll have you thrown into the bloody sea. Don't keep me waiting, you curs! Open it!
Mierda. Have you forgotten who you're talking to?
Although the game doesn't highlight breakable objects for you in Nightmare mode, you can just run around with the L2 button pressed, and DINs will automatically lock on to anything that is breakable. I like this place down here we travel through. We're only in here for like a minute, but it really adds to the atmosphere.
The sea will run with your blood!
I feel sorry with this guy. He's the only enemy down here. And I don't think it's possible to move on without killing him first, either. You know, we might as well kill him in the most gruesome, slow way possible. Esteban, no! Oh god, don't teleport like that. In spite of Esteban briefly appearing in the air for a second there, he's fine. We're being attacked by just a huge horde of enemies right now, but that is why we have the dual swords equipped. Also, a lot of enemies in this particular section like to kick me around. You can use a quick time event to get out of your stunned state. Boop. And you have to react really fast to counter their attack afterwards. Without Esteban here to distract some of the enemies, we would probably die really fast. Esteban is actually programmed pretty well, even if he doesn't kill many enemies. Depending on the situation, he does different things, and you'll see what that means next level. This area up here is the hardest in the level because you have to fight in a really cramped space. I usually let Esteban run in first, and then aim for these two guys over in the corner. Esteban's distracting like 3 or so guys by himself right now. If you run in here without letting Esteban help you out, it's really easy to die. It's happened quite a few times to me. Because you either spend all your time parrying enemy attacks or you try to attack yourself and just get utterly obliterated. You hopefully notice how the slight difference in design between this level and the last one makes a huge difference. Even without the ballista in the beginning, there's a lot more to this level. Fighting in this cramped area, moving underground, and we got to use our powers twice. No, wait, it was like 3 times. The game does attempt to add some variety in the environment and level design. For some reason, that was just absent from the last level entirely. Our army looks dignified and powerful, let me tell you. So that's it for this level. We just run straight to the end from here without any more enemies. But this next level we're gonna be playing is pretty great. Maybe not gameplay wise, though it's certainly not the worst level gameplay wise, but the story stuff in the next level, I guess you'll see for yourself in a second, won't you? As usual, though, of course, De Flandre is not going to be helping us out at all. I mean, he has more important things to do. Like,
This town will be mine, and I will go down in history as the conqueror who claimed it. Let those who want their share of my glory follow in my footsteps. As for the others, they can stay behind to die at our backs.
He really hates us. Rotten luck, isn't it? They're going to take everything. Farewell treasures. Goodbye, bags of gold.
Don't worry. We'll give them a head start, and then we'll move on.
Knights, I am the guard captain of Zara's elite. In the name of the King of Croatia, his place marks the end of your baseless assault.
Lay down your weapons, warrior. It's too late. Your city is ours.
I'd listen to him if I were you. Don't be an idiota.
Oh, cursed Crusaders! Here you see the five worlds, filled with the skeletons of the countless invaders who have marched on our city in centuries past. I hope you find their company pleasant, for you are about to join them. For eternity!
Don't be unreasonable. We outnumbered you.
You think so? Hardly. What? You carry the curse as well?
Who are you? We tried to tell you were making a mistake, hombre. Now we're pissed.
I am Dens de Baal, son of Jean de Baal. My quest is just, and you will not stand in my way.
So this, right here, was the point at which I said, someone needs to share this video game. These people tried to make an anime out of the Fourth Crusade. Someone needs to share this. So, for this boss fight, we can't attack the Gatekeeper directly. We have to destroy all the souls first. The souls, presumably from those 5 wells, which don't exist in real life. Those were made up so this guy could have a more anime backstory. You might notice the Gatekeeper isn't attacking us, and that's because Esteban has us covered. Last level I mentioned Esteban is programmed really well. This is a good example of that. If you're taking out the souls, Esteban will distract the Gatekeeper, and if you're distracting the Gatekeeper, Esteban will take out the souls. He actively switches depending on what you're doing. The Gatekeeper becomes vulnerable after you kill all the souls, but he doesn't stay vulnerable. You have to repeat this pattern 3 times. And if your weapons weren't fully upgraded like mine are, this stage could take up to 15 minutes. And a 15-minute boss fight is a bit excessive. Hell, even the 10 to 12 minutes the video is at right now, that's a bit excessive. So I had the great fortune of recording a run of this level where the Gatekeeper gets his fat body stuck in the corner and he can't move because his character model is too big to move past the torch. That doesn't happen yet, but it will in a bit. So the Gatekeeper's actually kinda hard to hit. It may not seem like it right now, but the only way to really hit him is to wait until Esteban hits him first, or at least tries to, and then smack him while he's distracted with Esteban. He will block all of your attempts at stunning him, he will counter all of your regular attacks, and if you use a deflection counter on him, he will just back away. As far as I know, it's actually impossible to hit him unless Esteban tries to attack him first. Since I'm sure you're not interested in seeing me do this last thing 2 more times, I'm just going to go ahead and skip ahead to the last one. You can see that the Gatekeeper managed to get himself wedged between the torch and the wall, and he just can't move. Which is unfortunate for him, but it works well for us. He spent the entire fight in this corner.
You have defeated me, but I will wait for you in hell.
We will free ourselves from the curse. We will find a way.
You are a pretentious young man. You are cursed! Nobody has ever escaped it.
You're wrong. I will redeem my soul.
Redemption? I have heard of a way, but you are too late. Another has already begun, seeking the way out.
What? Who is looking for a way out?
The worst of your lot. The one who commands your armies. The Flander? That old coward?
I don't think so. He's a simple man. It has to be someone more cunning.
You're right. Someone who would be wise enough to lie low in the shadows without arousing suspicion.
There can be only one.
I don't understand it, Dens.
De Montferrat is looking for a way to redeem his soul. Or maybe the soul of someone close to him. He knows a way to undo the curse.
And this so-called diversion led him to Zara, where he seems to have found a clue of some sort. But what could it possibly be?
I have no idea, Esteban.
Do you think it's related to his attack on Biron?
Maybe it is. Martin Dalgais could have had something Boniface needed. All we have to go on is guesswork. But if we can find out what he knows, maybe we could redeem our souls and dodge hell altogether.
He must have the same idea. Unless he's loco.
Well, trying to avoid eternal damnation in hell seems as valid a reason as any, doesn't it?
Oh, don't remind me. I think I'd prefer the plague to this curse. How many carry this burden? Finding a way to get rid of it would be a blessing for us all.
I find you surprisingly charitable for a lawless man, Esteban.
But certainly not heartless, hombre.
They closed the door behind us.
We're trapped!
You could try and take out these guys with your crossbow, which is no doubt what the game wants you to do. But it's much easier if we just run up at them with our sword. They don't even seem to notice that we're right behind them either.
We're stuck! No way our blades can break through these doors!
Wooden doors, huh? Let's warm this place up.
Gold! Tell us where it's hidden! You'll talk, or you'll die.
Do you guys ever think maybe we're not on the good guys' side right now? I'm just getting this nagging feeling that maybe we're doing something wrong. Can't quite put my finger on it. Feels like something murdery. So we figured that Boniface de Montferrat has a plan to redeem his soul, or at least knows how to do it, presumably. Esteban suggested it might be related to whatever was in that chest Martin had.
This street is a dead end! Never mind. I'm sure you'll just tell me to search my soul. Not a problem, compadres. El Señor Noviembre will deliver you.
Senor, you're climbing the ranks rather quickly, don't you think? At this rate, you'll be a knight by tomorrow. Perhaps even a high baron. Come on, senor. Let's do this. We're going to have to break their guard.
Yes, let Esteban deliver you from your sins. So, de Montfort might be looking for something here in Zara, as Esteban also suggested. I feel like Esteban might know more about the plot than we do, but that's okay. Maybe Esteban is the true mastermind. I mean, if I wanted to get away with something horrible, I would try to paint the most obvious suspect as the bad guy, right? And clearly having the Flounder treat him horribly and his crude nature, that's all an act. So that way Dens never suspects what's actually going on. You know, keep your friends close and your enemies closer and all that. Esteban probably has some horrible... Okay, I can't do this. De Montfort is obviously the bad guy. The story's not that deep. So the only real question we have to ask is, what could redeem de Montfort's soul? And everyone's soul, for that matter. Because if it's going to work for someone like de Montfort, hopefully it'll work for Dens. Unless de Montfort is, like, super nice still, and we just don't know it. Then again, the Gatekeeper did call de Montfort the worst of our lot, which implies he's not super nice. And I'm inclined to trust the Gatekeeper because he somehow knew about that in spite of never meeting de Montfort. Now, you might think that's a plot hole, that the Gatekeeper knew about this without ever meeting de Montfort. Or, like, you know, why should the Gatekeeper even know who de Montfort is? But no, it's not a plot hole. It's just that the Gatekeeper used his demon powers. That's how he knew. But we're going to assume the Gatekeeper is trustworthy because the story wants us to, alright? So all signs point to de Montfort wanting to redeem his soul, and we just don't know how. I wander around here for a minute because I wasn't quite sure where I was at, and I kept looking for the cart that you need to push, but I skipped over like 3 times, so let me skip ahead.
You two still breathing? Good! Fall into rank! They may outnumber us, but God is on our side! Take up your weapons!
It's actually possible to let the AI do all the work here because de Flounder is in fact invincible. He can't get hurt like Esteban can. That would take a while though, so we're gonna help out. But yes, if you tend to analyze things as much as I do, you might think that there's something more clever going on with the story here. With all the potential misinformation and characters knowing things they shouldn't. But no, it's what you see at face value in this case, so don't get your hopes up. Like I pointed out a couple times already though, that does leave at least one interesting question. What the hell could possibly redeem your soul? I mean, do you see what we're doing right now? What could be in any chest, anywhere, that could mitigate what we're doing right here? I mean, Dens clearly believes that the ends justify the means, because he said his quest was just to the Gatekeeper.
Look up! Those archers are gonna mow us down!
Take cover! Make sure you've got enough ammunition.
Yes, these 2 archers are really gonna mow us down, all 12 of us. You know, if you're gonna yell stuff, Deflaunder, you might want to be within earshot of the people you're yelling to. Just a suggestion. Maybe should have had more than one guy guarding the gate. Probably.
Make way for Lord de Montferrat!
Well done, Bardois. I expected nothing less of you. Before sunset, the Venetians will have this city conquered for themselves, and we will be free and clear of any debts or obligations. Crusaders, stay true to the objective. You shall have eyes for nothing but the red chest. You shall not break nor burn anything in your path. Search from the deepest dungeons to the highest corners of the ramparts. Leave no stone unturned, and find it!
Shall be done, my lord.
You are the young de Bale, are you not?
Yes, my lord.
I have heard about your valorous deeds. In fact, de Villehardouin does not stop raving about you. I wonder, would you accept a charge at my behest?
Might I know to what end before I accept, my lord?
You see, the master of this city is, shall we say, a peculiar man. His name is Ladislaus. He waits for us at the end of these battlements. He is a powerful warrior who draws his power from the curse. You know of what I speak, do you not?
I would not deny it.
Not so long ago, Ladislaus governed Zara with a just hand. Then the curse took its toll. He fought against it for many years, at first keeping it at bay, then attempting to tame it. And eventually, he tried to control it. But the curse bested him in that endeavor. His futile struggle drove him to madness. Unfortunately for us, insane as he is, Ladislaus remains a mighty warrior, well capable of repelling an entire army on his own. He would use his mastery of the curse to an unspeakable end.
I understand what you would have me do. But mad or not, what honor is to be gained by unseating this man?
I've heard that your uncle took your land and your castle from under you, de Bale. Is that true?
I will reclaim what is ours soon enough, and my uncle will receive no less than he deserves.
I have no doubt. But to make that happen, you must locate your father, yes? They tell me he is the reason you joined our crusade.
That is true. He's the only one who can assert rightful ownership of our property, if I ever manage to bring him back home.
Then, you think he is still in Jerusalem?
He never returned from the Third Crusade. If he's still alive, that's where I'll find him.
Very well, then. I have a cadre of well-informed men positioned in the Holy Land who may be able to find some clue as to Jean's whereabouts. Here is my offer. Serve me by fighting Ladislaus, and I will send out my men to gather information. What say you?
With my neck on the line, it seems I still have more to risk.
Then we have an agreement. I shall seek you out after he is defeated. Do not disappoint me, de Bale.
Dance, I trust that man as far as I can throw him. Be careful.
He's powerful and he has connections, Esteban. If he does have information about my father, I can't afford to ignore his proposal.
But something's not right. I can't put my finger on it. But I've got a bad feeling about this hombre.
Well, he knows more than he's letting on, that's for sure.
See? I told you! Wait. How are you so sure?
I never told him my father's name was Jean.
Ah! You're a clever man, amigo. But watch your back. Ever hear the proverb, if someone lends you their right hand, it's probably to beat you with the left?
Yes, and I know another that says, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
We'll be following that one to the letter. That's for sure.
Hear me now, Crusaders. Our assault on this castle will decide this battle. Look alive, men! Zara shall be ours! All with me! Tonight, the flag of our holy crusade will flutter from every rooftop! To me, Crusaders! This day has been long, but it is far from over!
As bad as the Flounder is at not getting his ass kicked, he's really good at giving motivational speeches. That's not sarcastic either. When you want a large group of people to focus on a single goal, they most of all need to believe that what they're doing is right. And the Flounder's nailing that pretty hard. What we're doing is the right thing because a man stronger than us says we're doing the right thing. That's it. That's the end of that story.
Glory to God! Forward! Victory shall be ours!
This level actually ends in a boss fight. And the entire function of the section leading to the boss fight is to make you break your weapons and lose as much health as possible. Because the boss of this level is the first actually hard fight in the game. You kinda want to stay as far back from enemies as possible, so you can fight them one at a time. If you find that your attacks are leading you into a large group of enemies, you might want to back up a bit. Torches, in addition to being a place to light enemies on fire, are good places to hide because it makes you harder to reach. So there's really no reason not to hang around torches whenever they're available. The most important thing we want for our fight with the boss up here, Ladislaus, is we want a great sword. Not a good quality sword, I mean a great sword. This one we're using with two hands. You'll see why when we get there. So this Ladislaus fellow sounds like quite the character. I highly doubt that de Montfort wants him dead just because he's a nut, though. De Montfort tried to briefly convince us he wanted Ladislaus dead because Ladislaus is a crappy person. But he quickly dropped that act and he was like, no, if you kill Ladislaus, I'll show you where your father's at. And considering that's the entire reason Dens has been murdering all these people, that's probably as valid a motivation as any. Now, the archers in this level are actually kind of a big deal, because their bolts tear through your armor. And we need as much armor as we can get for the fight with Ladislaus. As long as you keep moving from side to side while you fire at them, you'll probably be fine. But if you don't want to take chances, you can just hide under the wall here and peek out. The reason we have to shoot these guys instead of just run past them is because there's a cart we need to push. And we'll just get shot in the back if we try to do that while they're hanging around.
Esteban, I'm going to need your legendary strength.
Be right there, hombre! Watch out!
Take cover and return their arrows in kind.
In spite of that dialogue, we actually can run past these archers, and I recommend doing that instead of trying to fight them. Even if Esteban straggles behind a bit, he will kill them for you.
Lord Ladislaus, we must hold this position! Yes, sir!
New troops, same tactic. Break their guard.
Their guard, I'm going to break, hombre.
I really like that the NPCs shout at you no matter how far away they are. No, I don't want my crossbow. When you're fighting multiple enemies with shields, it's actually kind of a big deal, because you have to guard break them before you can do any damage. This is why they mentioned it twice, even though you already know how to guard break. You can mix guard breaks into your normal combo, which makes it a lot easier. I've said it before, and I'll say it about a dozen more times before this is all over. Having Esteban here makes a world of difference. Because of him, we're cornering a single soldier instead of being the one cornered by 3 soldiers. There are a few rare times that we won't have Esteban at our side, and those are the most difficult points in the game, I think. But for now, we're doing pretty good. We're almost at Ladislaus, and we've got plenty of armor left. We don't have a two-handed sword like I wanted, but we'll get one. All of the physics glitches you've seen so far have been pretty minor. There are a lot of hilarious ones you haven't seen, which is something I'm both grateful for and ashamed of. I'm grateful because it makes the game look better, and I'm ashamed because I didn't get to show off any really hilarious physics glitches. Except for Esteban teleporting. How weak a weapon gets when it breaks depends entirely on what kind of weapon it is. The strength of swords is halved, and its range is also halved. Maces and axes are only shortened by 1/3, but their power is much more greatly decreased. Unlike other environmental objects, you can use the wells as many times as you like. So you can just hurl every enemy into them if you're lucky enough to activate the button prompt. I find that just rapidly mashing the X button is the best way to get that done. Alright, prepare yourselves, we're about to go full anime.
We hold it close, the world's true heart beating from within its velvet shroud. The 100 faces of the curse have whispered. They want it, but it is ours, and they shall not have it. The blood runs from the mouth like spoiled wine, leaving under the tongue its bitter dregs. The light sent only its executioners. They shall die under our blades.
Hey you! Time to surrender. Your city has fallen.
Drop your weapons, Ladislaus. Your men are no more, and Zara is taken. We have won.
Weapons break the skin. The curse tears at the soul. You see the sun while it rains blood. It will take you to the depths of the abyss. Abomination. It will never release you. So many times we've tried. So many times we've failed.
Tell me, my companions in adversity, what did your last nightmares teach you? Ours revealed nothing. Does the world's true heart bring us no answers? Neither to us, nor to you, nor to anyone else.
Estás zafado! It's like two people are talking with the same mouth. Careful, Dens!
The world's true heart? What are you talking about, Ladislaus?
Who sent you? What are you looking for? The world's true heart is safe in its chest while we sit upon a throne of flesh. Don't you understand? If you haven't experienced it yourself, their deaths are their own.
Safe in its chest. It must be the red chest in Mulfara is after. But what is the world's true heart? Listen to me carefully. If you give the heart to us, you will be allowed to live. I swear it.
Yeah, trust Den's Ladislaus. It's better if you give it to us, instead of him.
The blades of knights are stained with curses. Hell rises. The journey's end is nigh. Your armor melts on your skin. Your brittle bones crack in the flames. What is there to trust in one's nightmares? The world's true heart will remain in our hands. It is ours!
So Crazy Ass here, in addition to being the most anime character we've seen so far, is pretty tough. Just like the Gatekeeper, we can only attack him from behind or when Esteban attacks him first. The difference is he attacks a lot faster and he has a mace, which absolutely peels through our armor. Yeah, you're seeing I'm having absolutely no luck attacking him. And since Esteban is distracted with these guards, we have to take them out first. That's okay with me though, because one of them has that two-handed sword I wanted. So Ladislaus spoke about having the true heart, and it's something that the 1,000 voices of the curse want. So it's probably what de Montfort wants to break his curse. However, Ladislaus refuses to give it up. I mean, that's fairly predictable, but at least Dens was nice and asked for it first. We also see that Dens has absolutely no loyalty to de Montfort, which is probably for the best. We still have no idea what the true heart of the world could be, though. And if Ladislaus has the true heart, then what was in the chest that Martin had? Yeah, just a few attacks from Ladislaus, they're pretty dangerous. I'm trying to make Esteban attack him, but I guess he's just going to stand around and get hit instead. Whatever, it has the same effect in the end.
The only thing his voices agree on is his cowardice!
Let's follow him. Hurry!
Blades will not win this for us. We need power. It's power. You're right. Let them join us in the infernal Farandole. We will watch as the flames blacken your bones.
So the second phase of the fight is pretty cool, even if it's really easy. Ladislaus has 2 souls inside his body, so we appropriately fight 2 souls. The blue one is a lot easier to fight, it's a lot less aggressive. You can catch both of them on fire, which also makes this much easier. They both take a whole lot of hits, but your weapon won't break on them. The only difficult thing about this boss fight is that arrows will come up from the ground to shoot at you. If you're standing behind a piece of stone, the arrows won't hit you, but of course you can't always do that. That's the reason we wanted the Great Sword, because with the Great Sword you move forward when you attack. But with the lighter swords you don't, you step back. Ladislaus is more vulnerable in his human form than he was before. This time we can attack him just like a normal enemy. But yes, since we move forward with the Great Sword, we won't step back into one of the arrows. The shield on our back also means the arrows will hit the shield instead of the back of our head, which is also very useful. Just like the boss fight with the Gatekeeper, you have to repeat his phase 3 times. However, something new that happened this time is I got the combo meter up to 100, which is as high as it will go. This boss fight is the easiest place to get a 100 combo because the souls just stand there and take your hits. Really quick, before we finish off Ladislaus, the arrows will still shoot at dens in the cutscene. I hope you notice it, because it's pretty funny.
To Bale, my young friend. I knew you would survive. Don't waste your breath trying to make him talk. My men have found what I came for.
Here it is, my lord. The loony bastard had hardly hidden it, and we found it easily. By rights, you should open it, my lord. It's safer that way.
Behold, warriors, a fragment of the true cross. It is divine proof that our crusade is just. Kneel before God, my brethren. Kneel before me. Baudouin, let de Villehardouin know that we have taken the city. I'll have the camp settled on the port.
At once, my lord.
De Bale, my word is my bond. I shall keep my end of the deal.
Esteban, I believe your talents are about to become very useful. Tonight you'll shadow them. Try to learn what you can about this.
Finally, a task worthy of my skill. I wear the knight as a mantle, hombre.
Let me help you understand, Baudouin. Redemption has become irrelevant. The relics are the key to our ascension, and we shall gather them.
Then our souls won't be redeemed? And eternity in hell no longer frightens you? I thought...
You aren't following me, are you? There is so much more to gain. Redemption is a scrap from the table. Baudouin, my dear Baudouin. You've burned entire villages to the ground. You were losing yourself to the hatred. And who was there to channel that rage and give it purpose?
You did, my lord. And I am ever grateful for that.
That's right. I was there to counsel you then, and I am here to guide your hand now. Have faith in me, as you always have, and you will not regret it.
I defer to your wisdom, my lord. At some point, I will need to know what is to be gained. What could be more important than redemption?
A legacy. All the lands you have conquered, all that you have fought for, you will keep them. People will remember you as a master of war. But to that end, our quest must be achieved.
My sword is yours, my lord. What is to be done with Ladislaus?
Before he became unhinged, his love of the sea surrounding this city was well known. Let the Cretan be thrown from the battlements, so that he might unite with it. Surely he could not dream of a sweeter sentiment.
As you wish, sire.
Esteban, what news?
This crusade is a damn pack of lies, hombre. Our attack on Zara had nothing to do with the Holy Land. And I'd say, the payment of the Venetians for the fleet of ships is nothing but a convenient coincidence.
What? What do you mean?
Your amigo de Montferrat is using the crusade to search for relics. Like the fragment of the Veracruz. I don't know what he wants with him, but he's got something to do with the curse.
There was some truth to the captain of the guard's words. De Montferrat wants to redeem his soul using the relics.
No, Dens. I believe the captain was misled. De Montferrat is definitely trying to do something besides find redemption for his soul.
How could that be? You're sure of this? What else would he do with the relics?
I didn't learn enough to say for sure. We'll have to keep digging. But it was pretty obvious that he's planning on drawing his profit from it here in this life. He certainly isn't going to wait until he's dead.
And what role does de Flandre play in this?
Oh, he's part of the Montferrat scheme, all right. He follows him everywhere, like a hungry dog. He's got something to gain from this too, that's for sure.
My father must be connected to all of this somehow. Whatever de Montferrat was looking for in Biron Castle, what he wanted from Dalgais, it has to be one of the relics. How many of them are there? And what will de Montferrat do when he gets them all?
I don't know, but the road to Jerusalem awaits. If I understand what I just heard, he'll be looking for something there too.
You're right. If there is one place that would play host to a cache of blessed relics, the Holy Land would be it. It's best to sleep on it for now, Esteban. Our quest is far from over. We'll need the rest. Wake up, Esteban!
It's the middle of the night. Let me sleep.
No, Esteban. This is no night. It's another dream.
Mierda! Hardly worth calling it a dream. It's another one of Death's nightmares, right?
Come, draw your blade. Maybe we can put an end to this adversary once and for all. Father! Have you been drawn in as well? Father! No!
Pull yourself together, hombre. It's death, playing with our nerves. We have to stay strong.
You're right. This is not really my father.
Just focus on reaching that light. Like last time, remember?
Let's move, Spaniard.
You failed to protect my wife.
I couldn't do anything. I was all alone.
My wife killed. Her blood on your hands.
She was my mother. Do you think me so heartless?
I wish you had never been born.
You're ashamed of me, Father?
You are a stain on the DeBale crest.
It is your brother who tarnished it. But I will have my revenge.
One responsibility, and you failed me.
I was only a child. What more could I do?
Vagabond, wanderer, you are a failure at all things.
I travel only to seek you out, Father.
My castle could have been yours. You failed.
And I will restore our family's honor.
You have ruined your chance to make a father proud.
Many sons would have given up long ago. Here's the fountain.
It hasn't changed since last time.
What will it have to teach us?
I am held prisoner inside this door. Free me. Purify me.
So now we have the flaming crossbow. It performs the same function as our normal fire Hadouken, except now we can manually aim it. I don't find the flaming crossbow to be useful for combat, but it is useful for many things we'll see later. With combat, it's a lot more convenient to just lock onto things and press the X button than it is to have to manually point them out. Also, you may not have noticed yet, but when the cross locks onto something, we can also see its health bar. The closer it is to dying, the more full the cross is. If you've been noticing glitches in the cutscenes, that is not through my fault. That happens every time in every one of those cutscenes. I replayed some of these cutscenes several times to see if I could get them not to glitch out all weird, but it keeps happening.
Tens to bed. Your quest is at an end.
All you missed during that edit was me burning down the door and moving to a slightly different location, where I cut down like 80 more souls. So you're welcome. To fight Death this time, we have to use the crossbow to aim up at him since he's not on the ground floor with us. After we hit him with the crossbow, we immediately lock on, and we need Esteban to shoot fire at him with us again. I like that instead of blood, the zombies bleed fire.
End! Join me in the flames!
In my grasp.
After he teleports down here with us, he's immediately vulnerable. We can just run up and slash him without doing anything else.
You follow me to hell.
Normally you have to repeat this pattern 3 times, but for some reason I only have to repeat it twice because Death doesn't teleport away the second time. And I just keep hitting him with my sword. I honestly prefer it that way, but I don't think that's how it's supposed to go down.
Esteban Noviembre, I will bring your eternal damnation.
New powers or not, that was a harder battle than before. What hope do we have of success against Death next time?
We are not immortal, Esteban. He will win, eventually. And on that day, whether or not we are damned is all that will matter.
Let the flames devour him!
Oh dear.
As winter fell in 1202, the Venetian conquest of Zara was complete. Pope Innocent III threatened to excommunicate the whole of the Crusade for this fratricidal attack. But Boniface de Montferrat, who had returned from Rome just in time to witness the victory, had already provided a reason for him to stay his hand. During his visit, de Montferrat had a discussion with his cousin, Philip of Swabia. Philip introduced him to the young Alexius Angelus IV, son of the Byzantine Emperor Isaac Angelus II. Alexius IV told of a power struggle in his homeland of Constantinople. His uncle, Alexius III, had usurped the throne in 1195 after gouging out Isaac II's eyes and leaving him to rot in a jail. Having heard of the Crusade's great debt to Venice, Alexius IV made Boniface a rather interesting proposition. He would pay the Venetians, provided that the Crusaders help him reclaim the Byzantine throne and free his imprisoned father. The Venetians, who had been in open conflict with the Byzantines for 20 years, were pleased by Alexius IV's proposition. Indisposed to fight other Christians despite the attack on Zara, the high barons were convinced by the Catholic clergy that the Orthodox Byzantines were just as great a threat as the Muslim forces that now occupied Jerusalem. Truth be told, the crusading army had become little more than a legion of mercenaries, ready to sell itself to the highest bidder. Heavily in debt, unable to continue its quest to Jerusalem without support, the crusade seemed more than ever a shadow of its once pious intentions. When spring arrived, the Crusaders set out for Constantinople and arrived in July 1203 at the foot of the city's battlements. As for my son, his skills as a warrior were tested and proven in the previous battle. the High Baron saw fit to entrust him with a modest squadron of his own.
I have the strangest sense of déjà vu, Dance.
Everything is going to be fine, just like last time.
Remind me again, why are we here and not in Jerusalem?
We are assisting the son of an emperor to reclaim his city. You need not tell me what you think of that.
The more progress we make, the more guilty we become, Dance. All this has very little to do with the Lord's word anymore. And that's to say, nothing of the Montferrat and his schemes. But hey, as long as there's gold to be had, I guess. And thanks to your promotion, that gold is going to be more accessible than ever.
It appears that the Esteban I know is back. But you do realize that I didn't accept this promotion for gold, right? Besides, I never expected a military promotion to be a problem for you. You're not jealous, are you?
If you are talking about my new tunic, it is only so I look less conspicuous next to you. After all, I don't want people to judge you by your company. And frankly, it's a beautiful cross, isn't it?
It's perfect. It's about as righteous as you are.
I'd like to see you draw a better cross with a brush soaked in pig's blood.
You know, Esteban, there is something dark behind all this, and I want to unmask it. We'll see this through to the end.
I am your shadow, Templar de Bay. A shadow that owes you his life.
All of you, listen to me. For those who don't know me, I am the Templar, Dens de Bale. I was given command of this detachment on the orders of the High Baron, Lord Boniface de Montferrat. You will obey my voice as though it were his. Yes, Templar de Bale!
That was easy, wasn't it?
Our mission is as follows. When the frontal assault begins, we will bypass the Great Wall. Our objective is to destroy their trebuchets and to push through to the rendezvous point, around the Golden Gate. We'll split into two groups. The first, led by Esteban, my right-hand man, will climb the battlement. And the other will stay with me on the bottom of the wall. Understood? Understood, my lord! Steel yourselves, Crusaders! We come alongside the shore!
Constantinople's where the game starts to get rough, combat-wise, anyway. The story's been rough from the start, in a lot of ways. I'm still getting this nagging feeling that we're not doing the right thing right now. You have a decently large squadron of soldiers with you here, but that will change when we split up halfway through the level. For this section, it's good if you can get one or two guys away from the group and beat on them separately, like I'm doing right here. You can actually let your fellow soldiers do almost all of the work for this first section, but that's not advised because then the enemy's weapons will be too damaged when you pick them up. And weapon damage starts to be a big deal. I think that was the fastest time I ever cleared out that section. So for the next part of the stage, we're separated entirely from Esteban, which means we can't come back to life. We still have a small smattering of soldiers with us, but they will die very quickly. The most dangerous enemy in this level is the guy with the spear. He hits multiple of your soldiers at a time, sometimes including you. You can see I'm having trouble getting at him even from behind. No matter what you do, it's almost a guarantee that all of your soldiers will be dead before the end of this part. And more of them keep spawning the further you get away from the group, which is why I'm fighting 3 on my own over here. You don't actually need to kill all of the soldiers to advance to the next section, just most of them, and the exact number I've never been able to figure out. We're moving pretty far away from the group, but trust me, this is a better alternative to being back there in the middle of that. I speak from experience with many lost lives and game overs. Oh my god, is that a friendly? Oh my god, they won. Usually all of my companions are dead at this point, and I've also lost my helmet. So this is shaping up pretty well. Really, the biggest thing you need to look out for when you're surrounded by a group of enemies, always parry. Don't attack unless you're absolutely certain. Sometimes there will be situations where you're only capable of getting 1 or 2 hits in before you have to parry again, but that is much preferred to restarting the entire stage. You can afford to be a little bit more reckless when Esteban is around, but he's not. Also, that tree is way on fire. I've never seen a tree that on fire in my life. Up here is the end of the section, and I came up here specifically because there's a lot of geometry that the guards can get caught on. And as was said previously, hiding behind torches is also a good idea. A lot of these guards have 2 weapons, and most of them are axes at that, which means they're really good at taking out our armor fast. Enemies having 2 weapons is a very, very unfortunate thing. Thankfully, I don't think any of them ever have 2 maces. That would be hell. I guess one's way back near the start did, but they also didn't wear any armor, so we could kill them in like 2 seconds. The start of the game, I mean, not this section. You usually don't have time to do the quick time event when you're fighting an enemy with 2 weapons. They just attack immediately after stunning you. And we can go for the exit now, but I have to get past these guys. Running past the enemies even when you can is genuinely difficult. It's a lot easier if you have the curse on, because you run faster than everyone else when you have the curse. But of course that's not always available, like right now. I mean, I guess we have some, but I'd rather save that for what's upcoming.
Yet, Dens! They must be close! Charge! Try to stay together!
We lost a lot of jelly back there, but Esteban's with us now, so things will be alright.
A trebuchet! Damn machina! Let's bring it down! By the flames, Esteban! By the flames! You know what to do! Well, maybe we should kill the soldiers protecting it before we try that!
I was trying to get some shots on the soldiers from up here, but the game doesn't want me doing that. You can catch the trebuchets on fire before you fight these guys, but it's pretty difficult. I think I'll show that to you in this video, but right now I'm a little preoccupied with trying not to die. The axe is not very good at having a wide attack range. Dens really only likes hitting 1 person with it at a time, which is understandable for weapon balance reasons, but it means I'm kind of screwed right now. If you have 2 axes, this problem is non-existent, but weapons break so much faster in Nightmare mode that you'll lose both weapons too quickly. Wish I could have used that torch when I came over here to begin with, but you know. I am positive, at least, that if Esteban weren't here, we would have died, because there's no way I could have taken on 4 of these guys at a time. Alright, so the flaming crossbow performs basically the same function as our Hadouken, which means we can burn down these trebuchets with it.
Raise it! Slaughter these fools!
You might have noticed I equipped a spear even though the enemies are heavily armored, and that's because from this point on having a wide attack range is really, really important.
That's right. Fight another way. Let's take down this wall.
This game has some problems with dialogue, in case you couldn't tell. Just a bit ago, one of Denz's lines was cut off by a generic enemy that said nothing important. And all the time our NPC buddies say things that we can't even hear. Honestly, that spear lasted a lot longer than I thought it would. I would really like to be able to see what's happening. I can't see anything. Oh cool, I won. So the things we're doing have become so shitty that even Esteban has grown concerned. And regardless of whether we're doing the right thing or not, using personal vendetta and God's word as the same thing kinda was frowned upon. Not to mention we're running around pretending we're Templars right now. All of this might lead you to believe that the game will have a less than happy ending. And you can believe that if you want. I'm not gonna just tell you it's wrong. It is wrong though. There are no moral twists or anything. You may think that's bad, but as I already said, in context with the time period, it kind of makes sense. Those giant chunks we took out of the wall look like styrofoam. You might notice we're using two weapons right now, and we get a really good combo with it. It's a shame we won't be doing that very often. I love the way the physics objects move in this. It actually makes me want to play Never Dead, which, don't get me wrong, is a game with much better physics and combat and storytelling, and let's try to stay focused. Because this game isn't bad. I like it a whole lot. In spite of my joking around with the game here, there is a lot of interesting stuff coming up, both gameplay and story-wise. Nothing that will entirely reinvent the way the gameplay works, but they make attempts at variety. We can actually just run straight to the end from here. We're not going to do that, though, because we have to fill our murder quota.
We'll be there soon, men! Stay with me!
To Vale, my young friend.
What a monstrous gate. We're going to need an army of battering rams just to break it down.
This gate has protected the inner city from assaults for centuries, but today it will give, with or without a battering ram. A ram is nothing compared to the weapon at our disposal. To Vale!
My lord,
You wish to set this gate ablaze in front of the entire army? Are you sure that's a good idea?
The enormity of our task leaves us little choice this time. We'll need to unify our strength. Alone, you could never hope to bring it down. But the four of us, together, we have the power.
So, you finally see your handiwork.
Well, one can't lurk in the shadows forever. Soldiers, fall back! Batois, with me. Take position in front of the door.
Esteban, I know you don't like this idea. Boniface is right. We have to put our strength together this one time.
I suppose it's just a fancy door after all.
You see, my dear Batois, what we are capable of with only four of us? Think of the possibilities after we have amassed an entire army.
I understand, my lord.
Bring up the battering ram and finish the task!
Let's get this over with, Esteban. The door must fall.
Come on, warriors! Give it your all!
Why did it have to rain today of all days?
I like that if you mess up with the battering ram, everyone just stands there in silence for a second.
Wretched infidels. You are not worthy to walk on the dirt beneath your boots.
Who is this madman?
I am the warden of Constantinople. I am the champion of the Byzantine Empire. I am Tatikios Lente, and I will break you all.
Champions of Colosseums, not battlefields.
Indeed, this is no playground, friend.
Damned invaders! You will pay for your impudence.
He is blessed by the heavens, Esteban. This is not the curse as we know it. It's hell.
Then how do we defeat him?
Your crusade takes the Lord's name.
So Tatikios is the character that attacks the fastest probably in the entire game. But after you get him into a combo, he's just screwed. He's done.
Purify your soul! Sword in hand, I shall slay your sins! Your logic is flawed, and your crusade is evil. You will not find what you have come for!
Coward! You're not escaping us!
You are a mighty force indeed, trespassers.
Master Tatikios, let us cover your retreat. Do not dishonor yourself with an unfair fight.
Be wary for our guests. They are much stronger than they seem, but no matter. The walls of the Yeticule will halt their advance. Templar, we will meet again. You do not belong to hell.
So we get to meet a new enemy type here. Big bearded men with axes. Giant axes. Now, both Flounder and Boniface are here with us, and they are invincible. They're also, like Esteban, really good at keeping the enemies distracted. I find the easiest way to avoid getting yourself murdered is to stay around the outside of the conflict and pick off any stragglers who aren't participating in the fun. If you just hover around the outside of the battle and occasionally jump in to kill one or two enemies, you'll probably make it through mostly unscathed. I would say that you want to watch your weapon's durability and make sure you have enough for what comes next, but you really shouldn't care about that. The only thing you really need to worry about is having at least one weapon that you can use to deflect with. Nothing that you need to fight back with, you just need to be able to deflect with it. So how about that Tatakios, huh? I always found it hilarious that they present him as having some kind of special gimmick. Like, oh no, he's not from hell, we've never fought someone blessed by God before. And then you just hit him like you would anybody else. If there's one character that this game hates more than Deflander, it's Tatakios. I'm not sure they even intended his humiliation to be funny like it was with Deflander. Like with Deflander, it's clearly a joke. They make jokes about it throughout the entire game. But with Tatakios, it's just kind of depressing.
I'll give you a boost of this column.
All right, ready when you are.
Quite a reception. Those would have gone straight through my doublet.
Yes, I'm afraid we're going to have trouble going through them.
Well, if there's one thing I have learned over the years, it's when you can't win, leave. So much for honor.
C'est la vie. Honor has made more dead men than it has made victors.
Which side are we supposed to run along, Dads? We don't have that many options.
How many times must I tell you? Searching your soul might open up more options?
Right. Let's split up. We'll be skewered if we stick together.
Esteban said, let's get the hell out of here, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're separated from Esteban again, which means we can die permanently very easily. On top of that, most of our armor is missing, and our weapons are almost broken. So we're just gonna run past everybody. This is the reason I told you to have at least one weapon that you could deflect with, because the enemies tend to back off for a second or so after you deflect them. You do move slightly faster while you're in the curse, which is very useful for running away from these guys. I'm rather torn on whether they expected you to run from these enemies or not, because the game is not really built around you being able to run from people. The combat is made so you're kind of supposed to fight everybody. But at the same time, they make it clear you need to flee, and the objective even says flee the ramparts. So I'm a little torn. It doesn't matter if this is what they intended, though, because it's what we're doing. Especially on Nightmare mode, this part is hell if you try to fight everybody. No pun intended. Hey, you got to see the animation for me smashing a barrel on someone's head, finally. It stuns them for, what, a good half a second? It's not very useful.
The usurper, Alexius III, both a traitor and a coward, took fright and ran away at the first sight of the crusading army. Alexius IV took advantage of the empty throne and reclaimed it, sharing power with his blinded father, Isaac II. As the Crusaders awaited their contractual payment of 200,000 marks, they settled into the Latin district of the city. Time passed. Days succeeded days, weeks to weeks, and months to months. Dens, my son, while waiting for the Crusade to rediscover its purpose and set sail for Jerusalem, investigated de Montferrat's deeds. Esteban made friends easily, and his shrewd bartering offered him and Dens a comfortable way of life. Alas, the information they sought kept slipping from their fingers. Despite de Montferrat's movements in Constantinople, the nature of his actions remained clandestine. It was clear that de Montferrat was looking for something, but the High Baron was too well guarded and Esteban had to keep his distance. Meanwhile, the relationship between the Crusaders and the Byzantines began to sour. The two factions could no longer dwell in the same city. Alexius IV negotiated for more time to gather their fee and settled them across the Bosporus in hopes of easing the mounting tension. In January 1204, a coup led by a man known as Merciful abruptly ended the agreement between the Crusaders and Alexius IV. Word reached the camp that Merciful had strangled Alexius IV, proclaimed himself Alexius V, and then killed Isaac II. With no means of going home, much less the funding to set out for Jerusalem again, the Crusaders and the Venetians turned their gaze on the wealth that Constantinople had to offer them. In the end, they decided to take possession of its splendor by force.
This machine is not going to lose its balance and fall right over. I mean, we're pretty high up here.
Oh, you mean to tell me that the agile and spry Esteban is afraid of heights? You should probably stop shaking, or you're going to miss all your shots.
An elite marksman such as I? Wasn't I there to help you win that tournament? You know, I'd wager the reason we were chosen for this mission is because de Villadois saw my perfect aim. He knows that when he needs a crossbow, I'm the man to shoot it.
So it's your fault we're on the front lines. I'll keep that in mind.
Hands! Archers! And they have flaming arrows!
We'll have to take them down quickly, Esteban.
Incoming!
Get down, Esteban! Their arrows are ablaze. Protect the siege tower!
Let's not give them enough time to shoot. Those archers are aiming for the tower!
What do you want me to say? Shoot them! Can't let that stuff hit us, or this tower will go up like parchment!
I never actually tested to see if the tower can catch on fire simply by letting the enemy shoot at it enough. I'm not sure that even if it could, that you could make it happen unless you tried, because all of these enemies only take a single hit from your bolt. It drops you into the battle really suddenly, and I'm pretty sure it's impossible to avoid taking that first hit. So what's happening right here is pretty much the worst situation imaginable for both the Crusaders and this poor city of Constantinople. But I think the Crusaders are running pretty low on pity at this point. Especially Boniface de Montfort, I imagine. I mean, that guy just wants his Dragon Balls, Chaos Emeralds, Fragments of the Holy Cross, which apparently grants some kind of undefined great power. It kinda sucks that it's apparently possible to use the True Cross for evil, but I'm not sure if the characters have mentioned it, but God does allow both good and evil to exist in the world at the same time, according to the Bible, for a reason. I'm not sure whether you could say this is a religious video game. Maybe you could say it in the same sense that you can say certain anime are religious and that they have really goofy interpretations of real religions in a way more anime context. On that note, you should probably go play El Shaddai, because it's pretty great.
Over there! Those stairs will take us to the yard!
Lead the way, hombre! I've got your back! Die, fool!
There are some stages where the camera is pretty much entirely controlled for you, and I don't really have any complaints about these. They manage to be cinematic, but at the same time, they don't obstruct your view of anything important. It's a shame about the awful screen tearing, but you win some and you lose some. Honestly, the game's graphical polish and general game polish is pretty good for how small the studio is, relatively. I can think of a lot of worse looking games and a lot of worse playing games that came out in the same year made by bigger studios. I'm not saying that's the fault of the studios. I'm saying that it's impressive that Cursed Crusade is as good as it is, technically. It would help if there was more than one "ow, I'm hurt" sound effect for all of the characters. Dens makes the same sound when he's hit as Death, and as these generic soldiers, everybody makes the same noise. Can you tell that there's nothing particularly interesting about this level? I'm not sure if you can tell. I feel that a lot of the levels in this game are filler, and they probably could have cut a few of them out to keep things at a nice pace.
Los idiotas! That was close. Remind me to knock some sense into them when we get back to the camp.
Did I remind you? We are on the same side! Very unfortunate, hombre. We'll never get down this way now.
Don't worry. Looks like they managed to destroy the central tower as well. Now the path on the other side will be clear.
Good. I hope they stop pounding us. We're not cattle.
Yet you are as sensitive as a Spanish cow?
Something I really like about Dens's and Esteban's relationship is that they don't draw too much attention to it. It just develops naturally across the course of the game. Like, yeah, you can hold the audience's hand and tell them that the characters are friends now and have a lot of heartfelt moments where they talk about how they feel about each other. But I think that's implied by the way Dens and Esteban interact already. The friendly banter, the casual but genuine concern for each other's well-being, and the fact that the friendship started from a good place. In case you forgot, Esteban is doing all of this for Dens because he wants to. And I think the intentions behind that say a whole lot more than any cheesy dialogue could. Are you ready for some unfortunate news? You know what we just did on the left side of this tower? We gotta go do it on the right side. Guess what? I'm not gonna make you watch that.
Archers, time for the crossbow.
As usual, if you're patient enough, Esteban will take out these guys by himself. So what you missed during that edit was me dying 6 or 7 times in a single room, because they absolutely flood a tiny room with a whole ton of enemies, and there was absolutely nothing I could do. I was trapped in a corner. And if you were worried you won't get to see that, don't worry, because the same thing happens again right here. I want to say that this cramped room is one of the most difficult rooms in the game, but it's kind of impossible to die because you're so close to Esteban. This also has the unfortunate side effect of making it very hard to care about what happens. I still try to do my best to separate the enemies and take them out one at a time, but you can tell that's not exactly going well. It doesn't help that the room is so dark. I did honestly wonder as I played this how many critics, professional critics, actually made it to the end of the game. Not because it's bad, but because it's repetitive. I genuinely wondered if any of the reviewers actually finished it. I tend to have an immense amount of patience as far as beat-em-ups and hack and slashes go, which I understand can be the exact opposite for a lot of people. You can almost always tell when someone wanted to make something genuinely good, I think, as is the case here. And I think oftentimes it's just a result of the developer not understanding the game climate as well as they could. I mean, they could have understood the game climate, but both options are kind of depressing there. Either they understood this game would get critically despised, or they didn't know it would get critically despised, and both are pretty depressing. I can still say for certain that nothing about this game is offensively bad. Like, if you played this normally, nothing would jump out at you and make you say, "Oh god, why?" But you also probably wouldn't become obsessed with it to a degree that you tried to make a let's play of it on the internet to share it with people who had no idea it existed or even cared, really. This is the introspective episode, that's what we're doing here, we're thinking. You know, I just realized in light of recent events that this game could have easily billed itself as an action RPG. Because you can upgrade your weapons and armor and stuff. I'm kinda glad it didn't. Thank you, Kiloton, for being honest. Alright, let me try something new here. I think that's the best way that could have been handled. You even got to see the parts where I killed things still. I considered not keeping this level in at all, but there is a pretty damn good scene coming up, and I wanted to save this level for posterity.
Excellent! My superior military strategy triumphs for us all, and the battlement is taken! Well done, soldiers!
His strategy, my eye. That bastardo almost got us crushed by his trebuchets.
Superior tactics indeed. I'm sure they'll name this courtyard after him. We'll see.
The courtyard de plunder.
Great man, deserving of his place in history. He will be remembered for these shrubberies.
Esteban, look, up there. It's Merciful, the man who started all this.
I think you're right. He's the murderer that de Montferrat is after. But how did you spot him from so far away?
I don't know, but it's strange. I can feel the damned. And if I was able to sense his aura from down here, it must mean he is a very powerful damned soul.
Well then, I guess we'll be walking into the furnace again. Stay on your toes, hombre. Look at them, running around like fools. If they only knew that Merciful is waiting up there in his garden, just a stone's throw away. Come on, Dens! Hold the more glory for us when we capture him!
The devious Esteban would fight for righteous glory? Are you now a lawless man of principles and honor?
Glory, honor, all of that. It's a bit abstract to me. All I know is that when glory shows up, gold usually follows. Ha ha ha!
In direct contrast to the previous level, this one's really open, and because of that, I get an S rank here, as opposed to the last level where I got the worst rank possible and died 3 times. So we've gotten to the point that Dens can actively sense the power aura of other cursed. So apparently this Merciful guy is really powerful, but I want to clear something up before we do get to Merciful and you get surprised. As Dens mentioned a while back, the powers can be inherited. You can get the curse from a bloodline. But he never said the only way you could get a curse from a bloodline is by being part of that bloodline. If you see what I'm getting at. But that's enough about that. So this is one of my favorite levels in the game because it makes a genuine attempt to mix things up in an interesting fashion. It is also the level which houses the most embarrassing cutscene, but we'll get to that when we get to that. This level has 2 sections, and the first section here has many torches. So I'm sure you can guess my strategy. If there is an issue I have with this level, it is that the first section is immensely dull in comparison to the second, but it's still better than the entirety of the last level. But the scenery and torches here alleviate the boredom, because all things said, this is a really pretty location to be killing people in. It's a really pretty place to kill people. Endlessly murder everybody. But since I'm just going to be doing this for the next few minutes, I'm going to skip to when we get to the second section, or at least when we're next to it.
So much for that weapon.
Dent! An iron door! We can't get through!
Your perception honors you, my friend. There are worse things coming from behind you.
All right! Step aside. This is a job for Esteban, the most accurate bomber in position! Then back now!
We're not quite to the second section yet, but new enemies appeared and they were important enough to warrant a cutscene, so I might as well show them. Quite a few of these enemies have bows on their backs, which means if we were far away from them, or just right next to them apparently, they would start shooting at us. As is being evidenced by that fellow over on the right. As far as this game goes, there's really no such thing as enemy types, but giving enemies a crossbow... Oh god, I'm stuck. Yeah, this can happen, oh thank god. As far as this game goes, there's no enemy types really, but giving an enemy a crossbow is the closest thing you can get to making a new one. But apparently they're really crappy at aiming, because my armor hasn't fallen off yet, and it should have by now. We also have a bow ourselves, not a crossbow, but a bow, which does the same thing, its aiming is just more accurate. And you can see the amazing AI here, while I shoot this man in the back of the head, and he doesn't seem to care very much. But yes, that little cutscene was pretty much just to introduce those new enemies, which is better than introducing them silently, I think, considering how much of this game relies on dialogue.
Help me lift that iron door, will you, Esteban? Unless you're busy at the moment, can you help me out, Esteban?
Coming!
Unless you're busy at the moment, can you help me out, Esteban?
Be with you in a moment!
Okay, I don't want to know what Esteban's doing down here, but we really need to move on. Yeah, stop goofing around, man.
Esteban, I'm going to need your legendary strength.
At your service, then!
How did you kill the most elite soldiers of our god?
Tell us which way Merciful went, and your life will be spared, friend. I swear it.
He's most likely in his palace. It doesn't matter anyway. If you continue on this path, that's where you will end up.
Hear me, then. You shall live to see tomorrow. I thought my offer was fair, but you don't seem to value your life.
This is madness!
No. This is the curse!
I've never seen you so angry, Dance. That was downright Spartan.
You'll have to tell me about it later.
So you know sometimes when you're given a lot of creative freedom, and you're really excited to make this big thing, and it's going to be so good, you're sure it's going to be the best thing ever, and you get a little bit too excited, and you start randomly inserting references from your favorite movies? I'm pretty positive that's exactly what happened here. Everything about this game seems to be done in earnest. It seems like a game made by people who really wanted to make it, and were having a great time. You might notice I'm actively attacking with a broken weapon, and that's because weapons break a lot this late in the game. The enemies have so much armor now, and your weapons break so quickly. It's kind of nuts. So sometimes you want to actually attack people with a broken weapon, as I did there, just to conserve your other weapon until you need it the most. Unfortunately for this game, as far as I know, you cannot kick people into these flaming pits. I have tried many times. We're still going to do things with them, though, don't worry. There are enemies actively sniping at us right now, but they are doing such a poor job. I still have all of my armor, as far as I know. Not a single piece is broken off yet.
Weapon just fell to pieces!
I knew no simple Crusaders would make it this far. But Templars, you are another story. That is why I've prepared a most fitting reception.
You feel safe hiding behind the portcullis? It won't hold us for long.
Perhaps it won't, but them, oh, they'll keep you occupied. Death.
We'll never get the gate open with all these souls after us.
Is there no end to those infernal wells? We'll be overwhelmed if we don't watch it.
Right. We need to find a way to seal them. Maybe if we can make those domes fall. We have to destroy enough columns for the dome to collapse.
So we have this familiar situation with a whole ton of souls pouring out of wells. But this time there seem to be many more of them. So they did a decent job of making Merciful look and sound intimidating, but Dens is right, isn't he? He's kind of being a coward right now. You figure with the curse at his side, he would be more actively participating in the fight. And if he's running from us, there must be a reason. He probably doesn't think he can take both of us at the same time. At least his cowardice makes for some of the most interesting level design in the game.
We can finally breathe.
And immediately after we get rid of the souls and Merciful runs away, more regular enemies appear, which I think kind of kills the pacing a bit. I kind of figure Merciful would have run away when we were fighting the souls, not after. It is pretty funny to see him actually get to run away, though, instead of having it happen off-screen. I like to use the bows here whenever I can to preserve my weapons. You can even do it at close range if the enemy decides to be stupid enough at the right time.
Ammunition.
Well, it was good while it lasted. The next couple minutes will be me doing the same combo on these two enemies with a broken weapon, and it will take a while. So you won't mind if I skip to the cutscene, right? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Come on! The portcullis, this way!
I can't wait to give that so-called Emperor a proper vaccine. I'll show him what it means to be Imperial.
He fled, but not to worry. He won't get far.
I hope we don't have to go in. Nothing is more irritating to walk in than wet leather. Shrinkage, you know?
Right now, the only irritating thing in the room is you.
The flames of hell will devour you!
Nance, we're not getting through that without getting roasted.
Right. It'll be impossible as long as the curse is active. That coward Merciful is the one keeping it in effect. Let's take him down! Esteban!
So again, we encounter Merciful being a coward, and in order to stop his curse, we have to do the same thing we do with Death. Shoot our combined fire lasers at him. We have to do this a few times, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. The game seems really inconsistent about it for some reason. So if Merciful is supposedly still powerful, he should probably stop acting like a complete coward. You know, I'm just saying. I'm starting to get this nagging feeling that he's not very powerful at all.
Let's unite our power! Unleash hell!
Let the flames devour him!
I acknowledge your power, knights. But whether it is in this world or the other, these battles isn't over!
So the bathhouse is set up kind of like a maze, and it's easy to get lost if you don't know what you're doing. Fortunately, the solution is just really go the most logical place. The exit to the maze is right over here, toward the center of the room where Merciful was standing.
The throne is not the only thing I've inherited. The power of this dynasty's ancestors is mine to control.
What you consider an heirloom is nothing but a curse, usurper. You are exploiting a power you have no precepts of!
So when Den says he was sensing Merciful's power, he was probably sensing the power of the curse, and not the power of Merciful himself. Because Merciful makes Tatakios look formidable.
Esteban, let's make it hot! Let the flames devour him!
You cowards! Had this fight been fair, I would have destroyed you both. Why did fate see fit to send not one but 2 damned knights?
The odds of the fight had nothing to do with it. The curse is not so easily tamed, and it will always triumph over its puppets like you.
Yeah, and after that, you go to hell. What? It's true, right?
This curse comes a grave consequence that apparently you failed to see, murderer. We are damned. You thought only in the moment, and what power the curse provided. Just like you, my curse was an heirloom. Have you ever even considered that your bloodline, all of your descendants, will now be cursed for eternity? You fool, Merciful! Constantinople deserves a greater emperor than you!
Well, Dens, I wouldn't worry about Constantinople's future too much. It might not have one, exactly. So there are just some Vikings hanging out in the bathhouse waiting to ambush us. I'm not complaining though, because this time we get to use that giant axe they carry around. They're equally effective on armor and flesh, and they have all the durability and power of heavier weapons. So they're pretty much the best weapon in the game, is what I'm trying to get at. Let's talk about the story for a tiny bit. At the start of this chapter, let's say, Dens and Esteban ran off to fight Merciful without so much as telling the rest of the Crusaders. You might think this makes no sense, but you have to think about something. The Crusaders basically right now are just aiming to steal all the riches in Constantinople for themselves. And Dens and Esteban probably... Okay, well, Dens probably isn't interested in that. And we never really heard what Dens and Esteban's motivation was for coming up here. Like, you figured Dens would have a moral problem with trying to sack Constantinople. So if you feel like something isn't adding up, I don't blame you, but don't worry, because it will add up here in a second. They do have a reason for doing what they're doing, it just hasn't been stated yet. We now have control of the giant axe, finally, so I can tell you that it has two very good combos that stun enemies. One that ends in an overhead swing, and one that ends in, well, just a huge flail. Really, the big deal here, though, is that it's the fastest way to kill enemies in the game. Maces are the fastest way to peel off armor, but there are no giant maces. And this deals just as much damage on flesh. Oh, and it doesn't have the issue of smaller axes where it doesn't strike a wide range. This axe strikes a very wide range, so it's pretty much the most efficient weapon possible.
This way, Esteban!
He can't get far, wounded as he is.
Stop them! Don't let them follow me!
So the thing about this area is that we don't actually need to fight any of these guys. We can actually just run straight after Merciful and ignore them. But I'm going to fight at least the first few guys so that way we get more playtime with the giant axe. Because I like the giant axe. When playing through this game, I sometimes wonder, maybe they intended for there to be more to the combat system than this. Maybe I'm using it wrong or something. But I don't think that's the case. Like, yeah, there is an extensive combo list. But some of the combos stun enemies and also deal massive damage at the same time. So there's no reason not to use those. Just all the time. Honestly, this game should compete with Clash of Titans, the video game. I wonder which one would come out on top. Which one people would enjoy more overall. Because both are startlingly similar in the way they approach their design. Clash of Titans is a hell of a lot uglier, though.
Die! Die!
I do believe the camera in Clash of Titans is noticeably closer to the player, so maybe being obscured by things wouldn't happen like that. Also, the combat is much faster in Clash of Titans, which I think people tend to enjoy more. Though I think the slow combat can be just as satisfying, if not more so. Alright, it's time to go fight Merciful. So Merciful is just nothing. We don't even have to turn into our demon form to take him out, we just smack him over and over. And he goes down really fast.
Byzantine Emperor! Vagrants! Vagabonds! What do you want of me?
We came to re-establish justice. You strangled Alexius IV and killed his father. How does the saying go? An eye for an eye?
Good point, Danes. I wonder, how shall we strangle you? I think we should draw it out, so you can truly enjoy the last of your hair. Or, we could just hang you. But that would be too quick for a bastardo such as yourself.
No, please.
Then I shall offer you but a single recourse, murderer. A relic is hidden in Constantinople, and I want it. Where is it?
A relic? I don't know. I know nothing about it.
Interesting. I wonder how long it will take your throat to constrict before your eyeballs are dangling on your cheeks, hombre.
Ooh, very nice, Esteban. Your reputation as a world-class torturer is well-deserved.
All right. You win. I'll tell you about the relics.
Wait. Relics? How many are there exactly?
Let him speak, Esteban.
There are two of them in Constantinople. The first is a spear.
And where exactly can we find it?
It rests in the Capitolium, the heart of the city.
Got it. And the second one?
The Crown of Thorns. Find Princess Theodora. She knows where it is. I've told you everything I know. I prefer that you kill me now. Anything is better than being turned over to those cursed High Barons.
It is in this act that you shall see the difference between us, Merciful. I am no murderer. For the honor of the Templars courses within my veins.
You are a good man, Templar, and you carry the soul of a noble knight. But you are damned, just like me. And we'll meet again. In hell.
At last, we have arrived.
Capitolium. Is this considered hallowed ground?
It is sacred. The sanctuary of the relic we have come for.
Finally putting your cards on the table, de Montfort?
It's of little use to continue the charade. Your orders are to enter that building and retrieve the relic, de Bale.
And what makes you think I won't disappear with it?
Because without the fragment, which is already in my possession, the other relic is useless. When you return, all we have to do is arrive at a suitable arrangement.
If it means so much to you, why not get it yourself, de Montfort?
Come now. Will you not accept the honor of being entrusted with a mission of such vital importance? Now go and be quick about it. We will protect the entrance to the yard. I've been searching for this relic for far too long, de Bale. Do not disappoint me.
I have a bad feeling about this, Esteban. I feel a very threatening presence.
What is it this time? More cursed generals? Demons?
Forget the premonitions for now. The main gate is locked. We have to find another way in.
So Dins asks de Montfort why he doesn't just go after the relic himself, which is a good question. And the game never gives us a direct answer, but I think there are some reasons we could assume. Your mileage may vary, though. There's never a directly stated reason why or how Dins has these premonitions, but I think it's just because he's more attuned to the curse than Esteban. I mean, Esteban only just woke up earlier this game and realized that he was in a curse to begin with and wasn't just having really freaky nightmares. But Dins has been familiar with the curse for a while, and it seems like de Montfort has too. So I think that's probably the reason that he's sending Dens in instead of himself. Because we know they can sense a threatening presence, but as with Merciful, it's kind of impossible to tell exactly what it is.
There's no way we can trudge through that water. Our armor will drown us.
Well, I know at least one place where water cannot dwell.
Careful, Dens. It's a real furnace in here.
Yes, a furnace that seems to have been fatal to dozens of lives. We've seen such a concentration of damned souls. This must have been a mass grave at one time or another.
I think this place right here is probably what Dens' premonitions were referring to, and why de Montfort didn't want to come in himself, because he couldn't have known how bad it would be or wouldn't be. Again, the game never directly states this, but, you know.
Stay strong! This door must hold! Die, fool!
They haven't seen us yet. Maybe if we get closer, this time.
Inside already! Slay them!
It looks like we should favor a more direct.
The funniest thing about that dialogue is not the intended joke, but the fact that Esteban's AI already starts attacking the enemies before he can even finish his line.
The relic Boniface has been looking for all this time is here, somewhere, just under our noses.
Right, but where could it be hidden?
Let's seek it out. Whatever is left of the spear in this box is yet another relic of the crucifixion, Esteban.
What you have in your hands might as well be the reason we attacked Constantinople, hombre. The reason why so many lives were lost. This very reason, and none other.
We should take it and leave. We can't let de Montferrat use it for whatever he's scheming.
You know that de Montferrat is going to unleash his entire pack on us, don't you? This is very risky, but you're right. I don't want to see his plan come to fruition any more than you do. And if we don't steal that thing, I'll have missed out on the biggest heist of my entire life.
In this case, the theft is just, Esteban. Esteban! The spear it once was is a holy relic. Do you know what this means? One of us may be able to free himself.
Dens? Any suggestions?
Ah, here you are, de Bale. And I was afraid you would try to give me the slip.
We won't let you get your hands on the relic, de Montferrat.
Come now, you wouldn't know the first thing about what to do with it. Give it to me, and I shall share its powers with you. Come, de Bale. Don't you see? Together, we can become masters of the East, from Europe to the Orient.
I desire no such conquests. These relics should never be used to gather power. I'll bring them to my father. He will know what to do with them.
Jean de Bale has no more answers than you do. Besides, had he listened to me, he would be by my side now, instead of wandering like a vagrant in the deserts of Syria.
I knew you had met my father in the past. He is a man of justice. It comes as no surprise to me that he chose not to follow you.
Your father was nothing but a fool. He cost me years of valuable time. And that deceitful Martin Del Gace was just as much a thorn in my side. No wonder they were such great friends. Is the son as foolish as the father? I had thought him smarter. Consider carefully, Dens. I never swear my oaths more than once.
Dens, I don't want to die. There are only two of us, and they're far too many. De Montferrat, if it's a spear you want, there you have it.
Nice try.
You got to admit it was pretty close.
The Spaniards' answer goes for both of us. I would never make a deal with you. Hell itself would be hard-pressed to open its dark gates for your kind. De Montferrat, I will use the relics to find redemption. As for you, the end has come!
So be it.
Die, fool!
Welcome to a boss fight with de Montferrat finally, but we're still nowhere near the end of the game, believe me. The most challenging thing about the boss fight with de Montferrat is not de Montferrat himself, but all of his soldiers. De Montferrat is actually incredibly weak.
I need your help roasting this one.
Most of his power in this game is expressed through cutscenes rather than through gameplay. We can even just run up and attack him right away. He will try to use curse powers on us, and we do have to deflect them with our own fire. But he's also vulnerable right after he attacks us. So he's actually not even as difficult as Ladislaus. Still more difficult than Merciful though, that's for sure. So you might think with everything that we've done so far that our main protagonist would kill de Montferrat when they had the chance, right? I mean, we've had no trouble taking hundreds of lives that didn't deserve to be taken. So killing de Montferrat shouldn't be a problem, right? You can keep thinking that if you want.
You see, De Bale, you should have taken my offer. You let Merciful go free, but I am not so merciful.
Esteban!
I'm alright, hombre. I was just taking a little siesta. But what's going on here? Is this it? Are we dead?
You are still alive. For now. You are damned. You are delicacies. I am the one who will draw the final breath from your souls. Then, I will escort you to your eternal silence.
We have already defeated you twice. We do not fear you. We can't get any closer, Esteban. We must find a way to match its power.
Look at the light! Over there! I recognize it. It'll lead us, like a lighthouse to the shore.
We have no time to spare.
I am death. I cannot be vanquished.
Unlike most times, we start this chapter fleeing from death. And if he does catch up with us, we will die. The only difficult part of fleeing from him on this bridge is those little tiny fires erupt into big fires if we touch them. And they hurt. And now we get the most useful curse power, which is an area of effect attack. Something that was sorely missing for the rest of the game up to this point. Makes a lot of the combat much easier. And is going to be our best friend for the last third of the game. It does the same amount of damage as our crossbow or flaming Hadouken. It just hits everything around us instead of a single thing. So it's infinitely more useful. We can even fight death using the shockwave, but it triggers us into the same back and forth QTE that it would otherwise. We just have to press circle instead of X. So we have to kill a whole ton of goons to make death appear. But after he does appear, he can easily be stun-locked until all of his life disappears. Now you can stun-lock him the other fights sometimes, but usually it forces you into 3 separate phases. Here it doesn't seem to do that. As long as you keep attacking him, you can take him out in one go. As usual, the goons themselves are not really an obstacle, and they're all weaker than normal enemies we fight outside of Hell. If you're wondering why we skipped straight from that cliffhanger into Hell, it's because death appeared right before De Mantra was about to strike us down. And he managed to take Esteban Dens and De Mantra all by surprise. You might think this makes no sense, considering we established that place was a holy ground, and death apparently can't traverse holy ground. But don't worry, they forgot all about that.
Destruction in your wake. Esteban Noviembre, I shall feast upon your soul.
Let's make it hot! Medium rare, or well done! Let's unite! Unleash hell! Let the flames devour him! We haven't a moment to lose. Let's not linger here.
Wait a second. I am quite disappointed. Not even a single coin. Just this miserable piece of wood.
This piece of wood is more valuable than all the gold in the world, Esteban! Well done!
Let's get out of here! Boniface may be down, but he's not out. He better not stick around.
I know. Won't hesitate to use the full extent of his might against us. His men will be on us like bloodhounds on the hunt.
Nice line. Perhaps you are becoming a warrior poet, hombre.
How are we supposed to find the princess? We hardly know this city. Don't even know where we're going.
Look! It's them! Yes, I can already taste that reward!
I told you it was time to get going.
Esteban really stresses in this part that we should be running the hell away, so I'm gonna take his advice. But that doesn't mean he's coming with us. The way forward is past these guys. But I'm gonna walk over here and give them time to lock onto Esteban. And then run through after they're done, beating the hell out of him. With the guards out of the way, we can run through and successfully enter the next area without any of them chasing us. Again, like the last time I ran away, I don't know if this is intentional, but it's easy enough to accomplish. We can just run right past these guys as well, provided they're not blocking the pillars. Which thankfully they weren't.
Come on, one door for each of us.
At your service, Templar de Vale. Phew. Maybe now we can catch our breath.
No need to hide, De Bale. I'll always be only a step behind.
Not yet. Boniface must be burning the door from the other side. Come on, it's not going to hold.
Just like last time, we can make a straight run from here to the exit. The only thing we have to watch out for is the fire, which, just like our fight with death, will explode and hurt us if we step on it.
The sea will run with your blood! Oh, great! A dead end!
It's the last thing we needed.
We're going to be in deep trouble very quickly, Dens.
Tell me, what would your lucky star have us do in a time like this?
She would tell us to run away as quickly as our legs can carry us. And since that's impossible, she says to strengthen the door that separates us from our pursuers.
We need a decisive end to this argument. The kind that is 50 feet high, weighs about 6 Spanish cows worth, and would be imposing enough to seal the way for good.
Say, the kind of decisive end an antique stone pillar would make?
It's under construction. Let's burn those wooden pallets. The weight of the column should take care of the rest.
De Bale, where are you hiding?
I must admit, that was more decisive than I could have hoped for.
It is my lucky star, I tell you! My lucky star! You know, Dens, I've seen a lot of places in my life. But look at this huge square. Hombre, I've never seen anywhere so big. Look at the size of that column. Have you ever seen such a monument?
Men are capable of building true marvels. What a shame that they show as much ardor in destroying them.
But try to stay focused, Esteban. Alas, no time to be tourists.
And each time we step off their path, we find amazing treasures.
Alright, so a lot of stuff happens in this level. It may not be apparent to someone just playing the game normally, but it is to me. First of all, I forgot to mention that the regular bow Not only is it more precise than the crossbow, but you can shoot it faster, so that's pretty good. I think it's a lot more useful, but you don't really get to choose which one you start with, and no matter what, when you're in demon form, you have to use a crossbow. Not that it matters anymore, since we have that giant flame shockwave that's better than everything else we've had so far.
Esteban, let the iron of our blades sing again!
There are a lot of non-enemy NPCs here, but none of them are the Crusaders, unlike before. This level kind of deals with the morality of the situation, and how Dens and Esteban could possibly be viewed as heroes, in spite of everything they've done. It doesn't necessarily deal with it well, but at least you know they were aware of the issue, that the protagonists did not seem like very good people, until about halfway through the game or later. I mean, when you put your protagonist in the 4th Crusade, I can see that being a problem no matter how you try to approach it. Maybe if the characters grew across the course of the journey.
Dens, what's your plan for when we reach the Great Palace? You don't think they're just going to smile and hand us the relic, do you?
I really don't know, Esteban. We'll see when we get there. Like we always do.
I rather like that line because, again, it at least shows you that the writers were self-aware, and so are the characters, of what's happening.
I should have taken more ammo.
It's okay, there's plenty of ammo boxes, Dens. Don't worry about it. This stage does have an abnormal amount of ammo boxes lying around for your bow, which makes me think they intended you to use the bow for normal combat, since there's only one actual shooting section and we already passed it.
Where did Tatakias go? Blends in better here than in hell.
I'm really not sure what that line was supposed to mean. Of course he blends in better here. He hasn't damned his soul for all eternity like we have.
Rain washes the blood from one's armor. There's comfort in that.
You might notice that the enemies have outlines around them now, and that's because for this level I've switched to normal mode so you could see what it looked like. All important objects and even the enemies have glows around them now. They have white or blue glows when they're about to attack so you know when to counterattack. They glow orange when they're about to try and guard break you. And they glow red when they're stunned. I don't like it very much because I can see when they're about to do that just fine by watching their movements. The only way to get rid of those outlines is by using Nightmare mode, and on Nightmare mode they also have way more health. I wish you could turn the outlines off in the options menu somehow instead. I mean, it's a nice aid for people who maybe aren't that good at action games, but you can totally see when they're about to attack without the outlines. So it seems like a waste. Collectibles also glow in normal mode. I think you can see one glowing up there on that wooden platform. It's a coffer. I don't think we've seen a single one through this whole playthrough. When you break open all of them in a level, you get extra experience points. We're not going to do that, though. We're never going to do that. Because, of course, Dens is already fully upgraded, and we can't play as Esteban in single player, so it doesn't matter. So in this level, we're attacking the Crusaders, who we were working with previously, and we're defending the civilians of Constantinople. We're doing this because, like I said, this level tries to give you a better, more positive impression of Dens and Esteban's morals. Some of the things they did were excusable. For example, when they raided Constantinople to take out Merciful, that was excusable because they needed a way to get to Merciful. And after they got to Merciful, they immediately turned on the Crusaders, as we're seeing here. But they still willingly worked with the Crusaders up till that point, even when they felt something was wrong. I believe Dens even said, "I feel something dark is at work here. We better stay around and see what it is." You see how we just chopped that man's legs off? We were doing that to innocent civilians for hours. So I don't think that quite cuts it as an excuse. You can't just say you were solving the mystery like a protagonist, because that only works if the people know you're protagonist, and this game does not break the fourth wall that I'm aware of. For quite a bit of the game, they were motivated by their own selfish desires, and I don't want to say they grew any, because there doesn't seem to be much character development aside from the relationship between Dens and Esteban. But when they realized that exactly what was going wrong, they immediately dropped their goals and decided we need to stop De Montfort right now.
Thank you. But your crimes are not forgiven, evil crusaders.
Then I'm sorry we just saved your arse, old man. I suggest you hide somewhere, because I won't save it twice.
So in this level we save a lot of civilians. That was only the first one we saved, but we save a lot of them. And Dens and Esteban say some very heroic things, and they take the moral high ground over the other crusaders, and it's very weird. It feels like the writers were worried that you wouldn't feel that Dens and Esteban were good people, which you probably don't, but that's not how you fix it. We have to save a whole lot of civilians in a row here.
Traitors! Line up with the enemy! In hell! I don't side with them for redemption. I seek only justice.
Justice won't redeem our souls, but it certainly makes me feel better.
Being aware of the issue doesn't fix it. I'm just going to skip to all the important parts of this section.
Run! Overstep your bounds, Templar!
The only thing I'll be stepping on is your neck!
I'll send you to hell, Templar!
I've already been there.
Have mercy!
When I kill you, I'll feed you to my dogs! And when I killed you, I'll have what's in your pockets!
Alright, I'm sure that didn't seem so bad so far, right? Just some cute quips. We'll get there. They're slowly building up to the righteousness. Slowly. It's kind of funny how cartoonishly evil the other Crusaders are now to make Dens and Esteban seem nicer. Because they definitely still murdered people. But at least they didn't threaten to feed those people they murdered to their dogs, you know? That's just one bit too far. That's over the line.
The Templars and their damned honor! Let them die!
Honor. It separates the knight from the thief. The Templar from the false crusader.
This is my treasure! No one will take it from me!
You disgust me. I never imagined the atrocities this crusade could commit.
The smell of innocent blood makes me sick.
Help! What's wrong with you?
Enough blood has been spilled by your greed.
It always makes me laugh how disgusted Dens sounds, because he was murdering people for no reason a lot earlier. I mean, one of the earliest levels was labeled An Unjust Invasion. That's literally what the level was called in-game. And there were people in that level screaming loudly, "What did we do to deserve this?"
Get of the guard! Let's prove our bravery and reap the reward for his head!
De Montfort knows how to reward those who have served him well.
I've always dreamt of taking down an enemy officer. Have you lost your mind? You're on the wrong side!
Not madness, but treason! Let's kill them!
Esteban! He's going to be outnumbered!
Not a civilian. Let him see his powers. We help. And then he turns on us after we're done saving his life. Don't you remember how hard it was
He'd be a
to beat him
valuable
the
ally.
first time around?
I'll be able to talk him down, trust me.
Madre de Dios! What a fight! Now to see what they've got in their pockets.
I warned you that our alliance would cease at the end of the fight.
You're making a mistake. We are not your foes.
Captain, at last! Here you are!
We are overwhelmed. We must fall back to the palace. Only you can give that order.
Very well. Fall back we shall. Defending the Imperial family is our highest priority.
Tatakios, allow us to join them. The threat that this empire faces goes beyond the sack of its beautiful city.
And you lack men. You cannot turn down 2 more blades into ranks.
Enough! You too are responsible for the very situation you described. The enemies of my enemies do not have to be my friends.
Let's slaughter these fools!
No. You help me. And for that, I will spare your lives. Consider us even.
But drop the dents. He's right after all. We're not on the same side. Don't be too hasty, hombre. We will do what we do best. Cling to the shadows at a distance. Oh, come on! Don't be like that! You still got your princess, hero! Hey, Dens. Remember when we had to push that piss-soaked mantlet up to the gates of Biron Castle? This smell is taking me back.
How could I forget? You've been stuck to my side ever since. Like all these flies to their dung.
Hey, you're lucky. You found the only fly in the world capable of handling a sword and a crossbow.
I'm a little curious how we managed to lose Tatakios considering we were standing right next to him in the last cutscene and he was within eyesight.
Is allowed to walk the stones of the palace.
No lord to serve anymore, warriors.
The Varangians will honor their word regardless.
I applaud them for managing to maintain such a calm conversational tone while they're being slaughtered. Maybe they had already accepted they were going to die as soon as they saw us and they were just like, well, this is it. I still really have no idea how he could have possibly lost Tatakios. Did he activate a speed boost or something? We missed a potentially very funny scene where we tried to get in good favor with the Varangians by saying, we're with Tatakios, it's okay. That's an A+ scene right there. How could you leave that out? I'm going to assume they left that scene for the special director's cut of Cursed Crusade. That's kind of a funny thought, isn't it? This game is obviously the director's direct vision, you know? It's so weird and messy that there's no possible way that they had to leave anything out. I'm not trying to complain here because I love it when people are obviously eager to work on something, and the people who worked on this obviously wanted to a great deal. Because nobody was demanding this game be made. They really had a story they wanted to tell, and they obviously got it through. I don't know how they got someone to publish it, but Kiloton's made a lot of, somewhat respectable titles in the past, so maybe that's how you get in good favor to publish something like this. It's pretty appropriate that Atlas published the American version because this game is very Japanese. I don't find most Japanese hack and slashes to be quite this repetitive, but the game design is there. I did cut out a lot of filler, so when I talk about the repetition, you might not notice it as much as I had. And when I say filler, I mean actual filler, like levels or locations that add absolutely nothing to the story at all. To the point that you won't notice they're missing. I mentioned in the last episode the morals of this situation, but I mentioned way earlier, probably back in the second chapter of the game, that the morals make sense if you take them in context with the time period. That only works if the developers aren't ashamed of that. Like, I was perfectly fine with accepting Dens and Esteban as they were, and this is a brutal time period, so that's just how it is, but the developers obviously didn't want us to see them that way. They were concerned about them being seen as actual heroes to, you know, modern people. And because they're concerned about that, I have to take it that way. This area up here has a lot of archers, but we can perfectly fine just run past all of them without any hassle. The only issue is that Esteban will sometimes try and stop to shoot them, even though, you know, you're clearly not doing the same. What happened to Esteban's idea for running away from every dangerous situation? That would be very useful here, where it's needed the most. If you wait by the door long enough, eventually he will show up.
Come give me a hand here.
Coming!
Is this all that remains of the grandeur of the Greeks? Whiners and liars! We should have pillaged your city on the day we arrived, and never placed our trust in your emperor. Any last words, Captain?
Heretics! If not by my hand, the Lord will send more of his warriors to oust you from our land. Despicable worms.
Ah! Look who's here! Our two traitors! And thieves at that!
What? You dare call me a thief? Me?
De Flandre, you are the one who betrayed the Byzantines' honor and plotted behind the backs of the Crusaders.
Coming!
You've chosen the wrong side, boy. Good. That means we can finally settle this old grudge.
It's time for the final showdown against De Flandre, and this is actually one of the toughest boss fights, not because De Flandre is tough, but because of the way the boss fight is set up. De Flandre is just as easy to beat on as he always is. The problem is that there are infinitely spawning enemies after he turns into his demon form. And a lot of the infinitely spawning enemies will have spears, which is not good.
You won't defeat me!
Right here we're in an ideal situation. Most of the enemies are focusing on Esteban, which leaves us with De Flandre and only one other enemy. You'd think this would make it easy for me to take out De Flandre. But whenever there's a spare moment without getting hit, De Flandre likes to activate his curse powers, which means we have to do a quick time event. This doesn't necessarily make the boss fight harder, it just makes it go on longer. So the characters have talked about how tough Theodosius is, but he just lost to De Flandre, and he was the easiest boss in the game. I kind of feel like Theodosius is going to need our help whether he likes it or not, if he can't even take down De Flandre by himself. Now there is something I like about Theodosius, in that he refuses to trust Dens and Esteban because they came here with the Crusade and kind of pillaged and destroyed, you know, all of his comrades. Even though as soon as we figured out what de Montferrat was up to, we decided to do the right thing, and we tried to take down Merciful. That was after we found out what was going on here, and before that, we were just ruthlessly murdering innocent people. So even though we apparently had a change of heart and decided we wanted to do what was right, you really can't blame Theodosius for having a hard time following that. I mean, I certainly wouldn't believe us. Hopefully saving his life a second time will help a little bit with that. But yes, we're the good guys now in the more modern superhero sense of the word. The motivation is a little fuzzy, but it doesn't matter. We want to take down the bad guy. Alright, that's what we're doing right now. We're good guys. And we're getting pretty close, right? De Montferrat is taken care of, and we only have one more relic to find. We never did actually find out what de Montferrat's evil plan is, but we shouldn't worry about that. Maybe some things are better left undiscovered.
There's one nice thing I can cross off my list, De Flandre. I've dreamt of seeing you eat dust.
Theodosius, listen to me. De Montferrat covets the relic the princess possesses. She's in grave danger, and you won't be able to protect her without our help.
You saved my life once again, but I do not trust you. Your words are a mask to your dark intentions.
Don't be ridiculous, Theodosius. Don't you see that de Montferrat is our enemy? Who knows what he's got up his sleeve for these relics?
We think he's going to use the crucifixion relics to carry out some kind of ritual of ascension. You must help us stop him, Theodosius. Lead us to the princess.
What guarantee do I have that you won't turn against me at your first advantage?
The word of a Templar. Our oaths are never sworn more than once.
I will trust you then. What choice do I have? I want to believe, in the name of the princess, that I will not come to regret this.
You won't, warrior.
Dens? Where did the Flander go?
He got away. Something tells me we haven't heard the last of him, Esteban.
Princess! Thank God you're safe. Princess, mute or not, I see in your eyes the relief that my rival is to you. They speak 1,000 words.
Princess, you have in your possession something of great importance. A holy relic of Christ. An object that is something like a crown. Please, can you point us in its direction?
You can trust him, Princess. The word of a Templar is his bond.
DeBale, I know you're in there.
Last time I heard that voice, it was fading away as he was being crushed by a huge column. Don't tell me.
DeBale, don't be a fool. We may yet find a way to come to a mutual agreement. Will you at least hear me?
Listen, Tatakios. Boniface no longer possesses any relics. Any threat he posed has been blunted. We need not fear going out to meet him. Boniface, you've lost everything, and yet you still persist. How can you call for an agreement when you have nothing to offer?
Nothing to offer? This will surprise you then. You see, while you struggled to find your princess, I worked to find what she hid. The crown of thorns.
Boniface, I see only a cross.
You fool. The crown fell to dust ages ago. Only its petrified thorns remain.
The crown of Christ! So that was the relic we were looking for.
Yes. To think, who would have thought anything of such a modest-looking relic? DeBale, you have been eager to learn of my motivations for a long time. I would like to introduce you to a friend. He is thrice your size and not much of a conversationalist, but I am sure you'll like him. After all, you've brought me the final piece of the puzzle I sought to solve. A direct servant of God. Yes, DeBale. Witness the true power of the relics. Hell draws near. Demon of the unfathomed nether! You've been tiresome, DeBale. Time to put an end to this.
You swine! She was an innocent girl! She didn't deserve this!
So, DeBale, still not interested in reaching a mutual accord?
I will give you the relics. Free Esteban!
It seems you do know when to exercise discretion. Give me the relics. Now! Well, DeBale, I told you that you would like my friend. I get the impression that he likes you too. I'll leave you to your fun now.
Esteban!
You saved my life again, Dens. I may never be able to get things square with you.
You've already done more than enough, Esteban, and there's more to come. I can't kill that thing on my own. Let's surround him, Esteban. Hit its legs, Esteban!
I'm a little too short to strike his head, hombre.
Alright, so now it's time to fight a big fucking hell monster. Thankfully, it's not nearly as intimidating as it looks. It's actually pretty difficult to get hit by it as long as you stay directly under it. After you hit it enough time, it kneels down, and then you have to shoot flames into its brain. You repeat this pattern a few times, and hopefully it stays down for good. That last cutscene gave us a lot of good stuff, though. Obviously, the reason de Montferrat wanted us to come out here to meet him is so that way he could have all the relics in one place and, you know, kill Tatakios while he was just standing there. Because we were foolish and told him to come out here with us. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Because now both Tatakios and the princess are dead. There's no one left to defend Constantinople. Except for us, I guess. But there's no way we're going to be able to take care of everyone by ourselves. Another thing we learned from that cutscene is that Dens values Esteban more than he values the safety of the world. Now that may seem selfish, but honestly, can you say you would make a different decision? I mean, probably some of you can. But now we understand in a tangible measurement exactly how much Esteban means to Dens. It's a lot. I mean, not only did he jeopardize the safety of the world, but he gave up the opportunity to cure himself and his family of the curse as well. Meaning Esteban is more valuable to him than getting rid of the curse. They're probably still going to chase after de Montferrat, though.
Dens, I know those relics were very important to you. But thank you for saving my life again, amigo.
It's the least I could do. I know you would have done the same.
Lead the way, hombre. An old cobarde is probably waiting for us. If we can defeat his monsters, we should be able to take care of it too. Why exactly would Boniface want to carry out the ritual here? It is a sacred place, so he won't be able to use the curse, right?
I'm finally starting to understand, Esteban. He's trying to bring the power of hell to Earth. And to do that, he needs sacred ground. Somewhere that acts as a gateway between the plane of the divine and our world.
So what you're trying to say is that churches can work as some kind of portal?
That may be possible indeed, Esteban. Montferrat could bring an entire army of demons through a place like this. And all that, thanks to the power of the relics.
That's ridiculous. The relics of the crucifixion are pure. One would never be able to use them to do evil.
Just as God allows evil to exist in our world, so too are his relics neither good nor evil, Esteban. They simply act as a vessel to those who would desire to use them.
Hombre, the only reason I would use them would be to prevent my soul from roasting in hell for eternity.
Then let our blades rise from their sheaths, provided that they prevent de Montferrat from achieving his sinister ambitions.
You,
It's over, de Montferrat! Your army is all but ruined, and we have vanquished any men who would swear allegiance to you. Surrender yourself!
My army is in ruins, you say? Are you so sure of that? An army of mortal soldiers was far too fallible. My new legion shall leave only embers and desolation in their wake. With these relics, I am able to summon the most powerful demons to this world. All without relying on the curse. When I find him, I'll give my condolences to Jean.
It was no effortless task. But 3? And without the curse? This is impossible!
Do you remember our talk about warriors' honor, hombre?
Yes? What of it?
I think this would be the perfect time to forget all about it and find a way to escape.
Unfortunately, I don't see a way out. With or without the curse, we've got to find a way to defeat these things. We can't allow such monsters to have free reign in our world.
Alright, so now we've gone into maximum over anime, and things are real bad. De Montferrat is pretty much untouchable because he has an army of giant demons. And I hate to break the tension of the moment, but we need to think about something for a second. Why is it that the church prevents us from using our curse, but doesn't prevent hell demons from entering? You can't really have it both ways, can you? Either the church stops evil, or it doesn't. If it has rules, it's really unclear what those rules are. And they never bother to explain them either. Hold on, we've got to kill an invincible hell demon, 1 second.
Madre de Dios! What a fight!
Stay strong, Esteban.
You know, maybe this impending death monster invasion isn't so bad if we can kill them just using a chandelier. These monsters do have the power to clip through walls, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to reach you over where the chandeliers are. They don't even try to pretend that they can't clip through walls either. They just blatantly phase right through them. We're gonna say that's part of the demon powers as well. But anyway, back to talking about the church and its anime implications. Den's told us that the relics could be used for good or evil, that God allows both in our world, and that's in keeping with the religion. That makes sense from a religious standpoint. But if that's the case, then why does the church not allow the curse? If the relics allow good or evil to exist, then why doesn't the church? Also, death isn't supposed to be allowed in the church, which sounded really dumb at the start of the game to begin with. But if we get hit by... Oh, hold on. Hold on. The demon's making this plank float with its psychic powers. I've never seen this before. Maybe I've underestimated our foe. Anyway, if death isn't allowed in the church, then why if we get hit by these monsters do we die? Is death allowed in the church only in certain circumstances or something? I'm not against heaven and hell having complicated rules, but like Darksiders, you have to explain those rules. They have to be clear. Now, I definitely get what they were trying to do. Don't think I don't. They wanted to have a unique boss fight where you didn't just smack the bad guy. And to do that, they had to find a way to get rid of the curse. So they used the church as an excuse. But your excuse still has to make sense. And honestly, this using churches as a portal into hell thing, I love it. It's great. That's a really cool plot point. That is the most anime thing I've ever heard in this video game. So even though I have a lot of questions about the logistics of the situation, the idea is something I can definitely get behind. I feel like human armies could definitely take these monsters, though. I feel like we could do this.
Let's go, Esteban.
I couldn't have said it better myself! Let's get out of here!
Nice shot, my friend.
I couldn't agree more, hombre. Would you please be kind enough to drop us off on the other side?
Aye, but isn't your tunic a bit, off, Templar?
Well, I had to restore its nice red hue with what I had available at the time. If you catch my drift.
Ah, I think I see, yes. Forget I asked.
So then, our next stop is Syria, right?
Yes, Esteban. You guide me there.
Well, we have nothing left to do here, hombre. It's not like I've got any plans. Ah.
With Merciful turned loose, and Tatakios Lente slain, no one remained to organize the defenses of Constantinople. Wild with rage, the Crusaders pillaged, burnt, and massacred to their dark hearts' content. The city was sacked for 3 days straight, and vast quantities of priceless art and timeless texts were lost forever. The Crusaders committed many atrocities. They tore the jewels from chalices and overflowed them with sacred wine that fueled their drunken rampage. They broke down the altar of the Hagia Sophia and stole its ornaments. They brought pack mules into the churches to carry off the sacred vases, and they chipped silver and gold from the pulpits, the lecterns, and the doors. Greed consumed them. The Crusaders had sworn on their holy gospels to cross the Christian lands in peace. They had sworn they would never deviate from their path and would raise their weapons only against the Saracens. These oaths were trampled and corrupted with each act of barbarism they enacted. The crusade itself had been used as a political tool, a tool of greed and of death. It became an impious weapon, and it spilled innocent blood. After the seizure of Constantinople, the journey to Jerusalem was no longer feasible nor desired. De Montferrat was the natural choice to be crowned the new king, but he disappeared under mysterious circumstances, leaving the throne to his loyal right-hand man, Baudouin de Flandre, who was crowned Emperor of the Byzantine Empire May 16, 1204. He respected the agreements with the Venetians and offered them 3/8 of the empire. As for Dens and Esteban, they reached the opposite shore of the Bosporus and took the road to Syria, leaving behind the chaos and injustice. The Spaniard had already traveled in these distant lands. Thus, he led my son into the unknown. Their destination was the Croix de Xavier, now an antiquated fortress, the very same place where the tale of the Cursed Crusade began. Thus, Dens now continues his quest for redemption, turning to a page of history that I have not yet read.
So, that is the Croix de Xavier.
Yes. This fortress was erected by your Templar ancestors, and not even Saladin himself could take it by force of arms.
Not surprising. It's huge. Do you think he's still here?
There's only one way to find out.
Wait. There's an evil presence in this place. It's powerful.
Another one of your premonitions. Generally speaking,
Those are bad omens.
He summoned us to kill. Die!
This man is mad.
Rodents! Doesn't he remind you of anything? He looks straight out of hell.
So this last level, the Epilogue, is really, really long and has no dialogue and a ton of enemies. So what I'm gonna do is skip it, and that's fine. Don't worry, you'll still get to see the ending and what's at the end of the level. We're just gonna skip murdering, what, like 99 hell demons on the way there.
The chapel ahead. I felt this dark presence radiating from it the moment we arrived. That has to be the source.
I am not so sure I want to know what's inside. Maybe it's time to turn around, Dens. That's such a bad habit. Kill me! What the? This man is not dead. Is he some kind of demon?
No. He's only here to keep the portal open. This hole is nothing but a passageway. From hell, it's up to us to seal it. We have to purify it.
Yeah. He smells like that now, anyway.
Hurry up, Festival. This corruption has been so powerful. No flame even in a sacred place. Seem that let hell remember that name. I can still feel it, Esteban. There's something else here. It's calling out
How do
to
we
me.
stop those infernal creatures from coming? What else could you be feeling?
I don't know what it is, but it is very close. Help me, friend.
A handkerchief? We came all this way for a handkerchief?
This is no simple handkerchief, Esteban. Not in a chest like this.
Then perhaps it is a holy handkerchief.
This handkerchief, as you keep calling it, is, if I'm right, the Shroud of Christ. The Holy Shroud itself. And it was most certainly my father who hid it here.
Dens, there's some sort of scroll inside the chest. Do you think it is perhaps a holy...
No, Esteban, it's just a scroll.
My dear son, if you are reading these words, you have undoubtedly followed in my footsteps to this place, as I had hoped you would. To have found it, you have truly become a worthy man. Even in your youth, your mother and I loved to point out how you exhibited the makings of a Templar. Unfortunately, the situation at hand is grave. I am writing you this message because I was not able to free our family from the Templar's curse. Know that I tried, tirelessly. The eternal warring between Crusader and Saracen made things no easier for me. But I will not make excuses. I am not one of those men of court, troubled by the slightest vexations. I have taken the road to the south again. Not the one to Jerusalem, no, but the road to a place that your mother longed to see with her own eyes. You know the place I am referring to, do you not? Take this relic, the Holy Shroud, and meet me there. I shall await your arrival. You must also beware of Boniface. That malefactor must never lay his hands on the relic. I entrust this task to you. The peace of Christ be with you, my son.
place my mother used to dream of seeing. A feline with a man's face.
Is that the Sphinx of Giza? That's in Egypt.
Cairo. Yes.
Enz,
I'm listening, my friend.
you know you have a relic now. Maybe now you can finally undo the curse that has fallen upon your family.
Perhaps I could, yes. But beating the curse today would be pointless. Without my father, I'll never reclaim our land and castle. And the honor of my family would be soiled forever. You, Esteban, you have no reason to follow me any further. You have done deeds far greater than repaying any sort of blood debt. Take this relic, and with it, free your soul.
There's no time to waste, hombre. The road to Cairo will be long, and I won't let you savor killing all those demons on your own. What's worse, you know what happens when me and my lucky star are not around. You get yourself into trouble.
Ha! As if things are any different when you're around. This desert is going to kill us if we are not careful.
Fear not. Deserts, you know. I've traveled through my share of them. And this one doesn't scare El Señor Noviembre. Any more than the others, anyway.
The tactful Esteban has, in fact, not changed one bit. It seems the desert is not the only thing that may get us killed.
Boniface will never give up. He'll always be a step behind us. Or your father.
Well then, let's not drag this out, my friend. I can't let him find my father before we do.
The year is now 1204, in the month of May. I've hidden the relic that Boniface so desperately seeks inside the imposing walls of the Croix de Chevalier. Could he find it there? While in my heart I know that is a possibility, I can only pray he does not. The reason I hid it there was as a means to deliver it unto my son. I believe in Dens. I know he will not disappoint me. Alas, Boniface. He surely believes that I am still in possession of the relic. I know that he is ever stalking my shadow, and so time is of the essence. That is why I travel now not to Jerusalem, where he would know to look, but to Cairo, in hopes that I might finally reunite with my son.
My old friend, it has been such a long time.
Suddenly, I find myself wondering if perhaps I underestimated my old adversary. Boniface de Montferrat, is your crusade finished?
Not quite. I'm still missing a thing or two. You know of what I speak.
What I know is that you are no match for me.
You are no more than an old relic yourself, Jean de Bale. Your strength has waned since the days when we fought side by side.
I have lived well. I regret nothing.